It is 9:15, and we try to start on time, this being Veterans Committee. So at this time, I will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, if you would rise. And I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, welcome to State, Federal, and Veterans. We have 3 bills scheduled for this morning. I will tell you that the third one, the sponsors asked if we could recess it and reschedule it until next week, which we will do. So that leaves us with 2 bills this morning, starting at 9:15, 9:16 with HB 1156. And we'll go to that in just a moment. So I do want to say that unlike some previous couple hearings where we had ended up with a lot of folks who wanted to testify, and we did have to try to limit the time on testimony, not a problem today. So we have a good number of cards for this first measure. So some of you have asked for 1 or 2 minutes, up to 10 minutes. So don't feel any constraints. You have plenty of time to fully make your case or say what you'd like us to hear. I also want to apologize. We have a lot of folks missing today for different reasons. Usually we like to have most everybody here for these hearings, but we have some scheduling conflicts, et cetera, et cetera. So we will have an executive session this afternoon with subs, and we'll have a full house then. Okay, to start off today with HB 1156 relative to public health, safety, and state sovereignty. Prime sponsor is here, Representative Granger. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me. I've been considering getting a tent and just parking it in the back, considering how often I'm in front of this committee. Hopefully I don't wear out my welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. So this is a nullification bill. And what that means is that it utilizes the 10th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution to deny state resources to federal programs. You might have, if you're in this committee, I'm guessing you probably ran across it before, but just in case, you know, this isn't unprecedented. This is held up to Supreme Court scrutiny multiple times. The standard example of nullification is when states refuse to enforce the Fugitive Slave Act. This was tested in Prigg versus Pennsylvania, and since that case, the general principle that the federal government can't commandeer state resources. This is now called the anti-commandeering doctrine. And this is how various states legalize marijuana. And we've done it a couple times in this state and other committees. And yeah, but nothing in regards to specifically the CDC. So what this bill does is it prevents the state and municipalities from enforcing the edicts of the CDC or the World Health Organization. So the CDC is part of the U.S. federal government. The World Health Organization is part of the United Nations. And I don't believe that the state of New Hampshire should be doing any of their work for them, especially considering the heinous displays we've seen over the last several years. With that, I would take any questions about the legality of the bill, as other people here, including Dr. Catt, who came from a very long way, will be able to cover the specifics of why it's important to do this for the CDC and the World Health Organization in particular. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Representative. So I'm going to ask right up front, is this largely inspired by the COVID epidemic or the COVID pandemic and everything or that went with that?
Yes, but there's other factors involved as well. So they're not just incompetent when it came to the coronavirus. They also, so for instance, if you go to the CDC website and you look up the Zika virus, they say that any place that is purple on their map, married couples should engage in marital processes with prophylactics. And part of the area that's purple is the entirety of the continental United States, just as an example. They do all sorts of crazy stuff that other people are going to be able to talk about, but the prime motivator is, in fact, their response to the coronavirus.
Okay, so a question along those lines. During the pandemic, there were mask mandates all over the place. some schools had them, businesses had them, the state had them for a while. If you recollect, in 2020, it was under the emergency powers that the governor had. At that time, there were these mask mandates that were in place. So let me ask you about the mask mandate piece of it. I know a lot of folks had heartburn with that in 2020, 2021. With this measure, would that impact local mask mandates? I know there's a difference between like a municipality wanting to have a mask mandates. Let me ask you specifically. I live in Loudon, so if Loudon had a selectmen's meeting and Loudon wanted to have a mask mandate that required everyone to wear a mask, or a school board meeting, which happened. We had school board meetings and everybody had to wear a mask to go to the school board meeting. So what do you envision this measure, would this have impact on local control in terms of municipalities having mask mandates?
I believe that sort of local mask mandate is covered by other parts of law. That being said, I believe the heart of your question is whether or not they'll just be straight banned from doing it because the CDC says it's not a good idea. Is that correct?
Sure. The CDC is a federal operation, correct?
Yes.
So if the CDC, I think they recommend, I don't know that the CDC can mandate. If the CDC recommends masks and a school board meeting or a selectman meeting requires people to wear masks to attend a public municipal meeting, citing the CDC guidance, would this measure, which is relative to public health and safety, so in the analysis line says this bill, it's a bill, provides that the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, shall have no jurisdiction in New Hampshire. So my question is, I don't know that they necessarily had jurisdiction anyway. I think they were not a statutory body. They weren't Congress. So if the CDC recommended mask mandates, then the local municipalities, given this HB that we're looking at here, the local municipalities could cite this, were this to move forward, they could cite this and say, CDC, we don't want to wear masks and we're not going to wear them. Is that kind of what this is about?
So when you said that they cite the CDC as the source of the mask mandate, that would be where I believe it would cross if this bill would become law. So if a local municipality doesn't justify their mask mandate with the CDC, I would still oppose the mask mandate. But I do not believe that this would prevent them from making their own mask mandates. They just wouldn't be able to use the CDC as a justification for it.
So if a municipality of some sort did not want, say the next pandemic or whatever, if a municipality did not want to have a mask mandate, they could cite this measure, this HB, this law, if it moved forward, they could cite this and say, the CDC wanted us to wear masks, but because of this legislation, we're not going to. Is that fair to look at it that way?
Right. They wouldn't have, the CDC wouldn't have, with this bill in effect, they wouldn't have any excuse to think that the CDC has legal authority to command them to have a mask mandate or anything of that sort.
Okay. Follow up. About Manchester Airport, airlines had mask mandates nationally. Would this, a bus terminal or an airport, if a transportation company or an airline had mask mandates, would this have any impact on that?
I don't want to mislead you, and so I'll preface this with I'm not 100% sure. I do not believe so, because I believe that the airports are private. However, I don't know if they're totally private. I don't believe it does. However, I could be mistaken about that.
Okay, thank you, Representative. I know I've been kind of peppering you a little bit. Questions, Representative Gagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Let's say this bill would pass. Who would be in overall control of deciding statewide, would be in the state itself and not be influenced by the WHO or the CDC? Who would make the determinations that somebody should wear a mask or you should get a vaccine? If I'm talking pandemic here. I'm not talking normal stuff.
It would be the legislature or elected officials.
So it would be statewide, but what if a city, thank you for a follow-up, Mrs. Chairman. So what if a city or several townships decides we're not going to have a mask? I live in Manchester, okay, and they say, well, you're going to have to wear a mask. But if I go to Nashua, I don't have to wear a mask. So would it not be a hodgepodge of wherever you're living is you decide? So if you don't have to wear a mask in one town and you go to another town to shop or something, would you have to wear a mask? If that municipality decides that, yes, they will enforce whatever.
Well, I'd prefer they just didn't make such edicts in the first place, but I would consider that beyond the scope. I don't think that local municipalities should have ever enforced a mask mandate, for instance. If they do that and then people decide that they don't like visiting that town, I guess that's on them and their selectmen or their local legislative body, however they run it, depending on if it's an SB2 or whatever.
One more comment,
Sure.
Chairman. Thank you. This, to me, would be like a hodgepodge. It's like you go here and you got to do this. You go there, you don't have to do that. It would be a melange. So if this were to pass, my personal opinion, would you believe, would be that it should be like a statewide decision to whether Plan A would be instituted or Plan B or whatever. Would you agree with that?
I don't have the text of the bill or references to the bill. I believe there was a separate bill specifically addressing local mask mandates. And I believe the intent of the bill, and I could be misremembering, was to prevent them from instituting local mask mandates. I would have supported that bill if you know, but I think that would solve, if that were to pass, and that's not in this legislation, if that were to pass, that I believe that would solve the problem.
Representative Filliot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Prime Sponsor. There may be multiple questions related to this, if you would indulge me. Sometimes a bill or a proposal can have unintended flow-on effects, and here the suggestion is that the state and its political subdivisions, including but not limited to counties, cities, towns, precincts, water districts, etc., shall not engage in the enforcement of any collaboration with the enforcement of any requirements, mandates, recommendations, instructions, or guidance provided by either organization, referencing the CDC or the WHO. Now, it seems as though much of the discussion here has centered on mask mandates and COVID, which seems a natural flow on from what we've just all experienced over the last 4 years, which is incredible that we've all now been doing this for 4 years. But the World Health Organization does more than COVID and mask mandates. For example, would this proposal now say that the state would no longer be able to discuss or recommend the World Health Organization's recommendation that individuals with HIV or at risk of HIV engage in testing regularly?
They wouldn't be able to cite the WHO as a source if they want to recommend that on their own without citing the WHO. Then I believe that would be fine with the language that's in the bill now.
With respect, though, they would also not be able to use the CDC as the source for that, which would now be the two prime organizations in the world as the source for it. So where would the recommendation for this coming from? And this is just one example. Basically, every STI, every major communicable disease, every disability one can think of, there are recommendations coming from these organizations on, and now these are uncitable.
Correct.
Representative Massimilla, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. How would this be enforced, and who would be responsible?
It would basically be up to the citizenry to enforce it, and it would probably be handled in the courts. People seem to think they do. And the reason that's important is because a lot of towns and municipalities were citing the WHO and the CDC as the source or the authority and said, well, we have to. The CDC said so. And whether they actually do or not, and whether that holds up to legal scrutiny, if this is in law, they won't be able to do that anymore. I understand there are doctors and experts and all that in the state of New Hampshire that can have influence on legislatures and legislators. Therefore, I do not believe that it is taking it away from doctors. I believe it is taking away from one or two specific groups of highly incompetent doctors and then putting it in legislators. Because when it comes to the medical profession and any hyper specialization, you need a sanity check occasionally with people who are not in there, just to make sure that they're not just getting caught up in the weeds. And I believe that's a large part of what we saw during the coronavirus response, was people who were very well intentioned, but they went down a rabbit hole and hyper focused on their one area of study to the detriment of everything else. And this happens somewhat frequently. So for instance, in the opium epidemic, we saw all these doctors openly declaring that pain is a vital sign. And then we had a crazy, they were started prescribing opiates like crazy. But if we had like elected legislators overseeing that, then it's a good check. And that's why the DHHS is responsible or is overseen by the legislature. And, there's a lot of highly competent medical professionals in there. I believe that history has shown that the CDC and the WHO are not competent. We should not take advice from them.
It's okay.
Okay, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. Doesn't this make it very confusing for the public as to whom to listen to?
The bill does not require the public to stop listening to the CDC. It just means that the state and political subdivisions don't listen to the CDC. So I don't believe it would be very confusing.
Hey, mine's.
A very real question that I just actually thought of, which I don't have an answer to. To what extent does this proposal conflict with the First Amendment and the right of legislators to be able to consider what information they please while they are considering legislation?
Mr. Prime Sponsor?
I do not believe that it conflicts, but you have the right to disagree with me. I don't think that's an issue.
Other questions? Thank you, Representative Granger.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving right to Representative Mannion, member of this committee. welcome Representative Mannion speaking for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom Mannion, representing Hillsborough 1, the town of Pelham. Despite my dislike of most federal agencies, if you were to ask me in 2019, Tom, surely there's some bureau that's wholly good, not captured by political interests, I would have said, sure, probably the CDC. We can keep that one. Fast forward to February 12, 2021, the CDC released guidance for the return in-person instruction for schools that included massive carve-outs allowing for administrators to use any number of excuses to continue the damaging remote learning status quo. This was running counter to widely accepted worldwide data that showed virtually zero risk of the virus to children. It was after several school systems, dumped tens of millions of dollars upgrading HVAC systems, and the FDA fast-tracked teachers to the top of the vaccine's release schedule. So the question is, why would the CDC, an organization that is claiming authority on the science, ignore the multitude of unrefuted studies that showed the near zero risk to children? Enter a Freedom of Information request that showed email chains between CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky and the American Federation of Teachers, the largest teacher union in the country. What was exposed was a requested language from a non-scientific lobbying organization that made it almost word for word into the official science-based guidance issued by the CDC. This act delayed in-person learning across the country for students in some areas for almost another year. We're still seeing the detrimental effects of this decision nationwide, and an entire generation of children have been damaged by this collusion of special interests and a bureau that should have been the most fact-based one of the entire mess in DC. So if you were to ask me now, Tom, surely there's some bureau you'd keep, my response would be a resounding no. And since we don't have the ability to dismantle it here from Concord, the least we can do is limit its damage going forward. Please vote OTP on HB 1156.
Thank you, Representative. Would you take questions if there are any?
Yeah, I'm open to questions.
Okay, I do have a quick one here because you mentioned education.
Yes.
Numerous schools closed, public schools in particular. Many private schools, parochial schools, charter schools stayed open more. Nashua, as an example, among others, was closed for about a year. And I believe that these schools who closed cited the CDC.
Yes.
And Anthony Fauci is a rationale for closing down live learning. So were this measure to become law, if I read this correctly, and this is why I'm asking, if the next pandemic, hopefully it'll be far in the future, if ever, but if something is what happened a couple of years ago happens again, if a school, seeing as you mentioned learning, if a school wanted to cite the CDC as a reason to close and they go to remote learning, would this law give citizens legal basis to sue the school district to reopen? Is that?
I mean, I wouldn't think so. To me, any guidance going forward here is suspect, because we're already we saw already that this bureau has been captured as well by special interests. So regardless of whether they issue this guidance or not, I wouldn't listen to it, period. And I understand that some people take umbrage with that, but I don't trust any of these organizations anymore. They're just captured.
Yeah. Again, my question basically was, if this were to become law, could citizens in a city or a town use this measure as a basis to sue the school district and require them to reopen if the only rationale they have for closing is a CDC or a WHO recommendation?
I mean, the schools themselves can find outside sources. And if they go outside sources, they're going to find that they shouldn't have locked down in the first place. So if the CDC says to close and these individuals are suing to open, then yeah, they should open, is what I would say.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Wary, welcome. You were here early today.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Robert Wary. I have the privilege of representing the town of Hudson, which is in District 13 of Hillsborough County. Just a little bit about my career and background. I'm a chemical engineer who also has a master's in pharmaceutical quality from the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow, Scotland, as well as a master's in regulatory affairs from Northeastern University. I'm familiar with vaccine development as well as dealing with pandemic vaccine development, having worked under Dr. Jonas Salk during the 90s when he was trying to formulate a vaccine for HIV. Unfortunately, his approach was not successful. He was trying to attempt a similar approach to what he did for polio. But what I'm here to comment on is I'm not a co-sponsor, but I do support the principle of the bill in that anytime you have a situation where you're implementing mandates that are not based in science and sound science, there are some extreme problems. And so what I'd like to address is just a couple of problems that are noted with the CDC response to the COVID pandemic, as well as addressing some of the so-called science behind the lockdowns. Bear with me just a little bit. I've basically gathered available articles on evidence. So there was an extensive study done by Health and Human Services. Mr. McCrae, Jim McCrae, delivered a report in September 1st, 2022, citing a number of deficiencies and opportunities for improvement within the CDC. The director of the CDC, Rochelle Walensky, had a number of press conferences around deficiencies with the CDC and admitted the need to change. So I'd like to, just for the record and for this committee's awareness, cover some of the problems that were cited by the CDC and the Health and Human Services representative. So these issues include, it just takes too long for CDC to publish its guidance and science for decision making. They had been used to more of an academic setting and really were not geared up to properly respond to a pandemic situation. And their guidance for the public purposes and public consumption was often confusing, quote, confusing and overwhelming. They also had a high staff turnover during that time period. The testing that they first came out with were faulty with a 33% error rate. And as a result, the communication from the CDC was summed up as do what you think is best due to a lack of data, concrete scientific studies to obtain proper answers, and just an overall lack of data. So they actually, and you may recall this, had a lot of flip-flopping on advice, such as wearing masks, testing for COVID, and explanations as to how the virus spread. There were, admitting what was wrong with the CDC, Director Walensky noted that they needed to have improvements with communication to the public. They needed to change the incentives from a published research approach in scientific journals to research and data aimed at the public health policy and proper actions to address this. They also needed to have more staff training to respond to public health emergencies. Another problem was the lab that developed the testing. It was headed by someone who was familiar with influenza viruses, but not the coronaviruses. So essentially there are 7 different types of respiratory viruses. Coronavirus is one category, influenza, adenovirus, rhinovirus, a few others as well, are all different viruses, respiratory viruses, but they behave differently and model differently. Regrettably, they had the head of the lab for developing the COVID-19 test was an expert in influenza, but not in coronaviruses. Therefore, the laboratory setup and the protocols that they followed were faulty to that. They also failed to do initial quality control testing using the correct emergency use authorization protocol. When they did finally, at the end of a series of testing, used the correct QC procedure, they discovered that 33% failure rate that I mentioned earlier. Despite that, finding that, because the test kits were already prepared and ready to go out, they did not do anything about holding off on the distribution of the test kits. Having been in that situation myself, responsible for the release of pharmaceutical batches, and we had a contaminant or a problem that made I literally held back over 50 batches of a product because of that situation. So in my scientific opinion, and one of the areas of my expertise is in compliance around pharmaceuticals and biological products, this is unbelievable that they would do something like this. It is unethical, it is improper, and basic quality assurance people would never do this. And if they do, they ought to be banned from the industry. So, CDC did not stop there. They also failed in different opportunities to properly study different populations that were exposed to the coronavirus. They had several groups of people, evacuees from the Wuhan laboratory and Wuhan area, as well as 300 Americans stranded on a Japanese cruise ship. They could have held those people in a sort of quarantine detention. They did already, but rather than trying to ascertain what behaviors and viral behaviors were occurring between those persons who expressed symptoms and those persons who were asymptomatic or without symptoms, they basically did not want to bother the people with the informed consent process, the testing, and the additional detention. So a huge opportunity to understand the, if you will, the viral incubation rate, how long it takes to get into a person and understand exactly how long the symptoms it takes to manifest, and then what the impact would be on spreading to other people, was completely missed. So, if you go into the CDC, last word on the CDC issues, and then I'd like to transition to discussing about lockdowns briefly, if I may. The CDC Moving Forward Summary Report was published on September 1st, 2022. Appendix A contains the recommendations from the Health and Human Services findings, and that's several pages, so they're written at a high level, but they are not inconsequential. If I may continue briefly on lockdowns.
Proceed, sure.
All right, thank you. So there was some mention earlier about lockdowns. I'd like to just talk about that a little bit. Is the whole concept of quarantining, while that is quite old, the quarantining and social distancing that led to the COVID-19 lockdowns was based on a computer simulation that originated with a high school student and scientists from the Sandia National Laboratories, one of whom was the father of that high school student. Now, the whole concept of lockdowns was, at least for these individuals, was a computer simulation where the driving principle was to minimize the spread of potential virus by minimizing the contacts and interactions between people. And so that was a singular focus, not taking into account any other considerations. Unfortunately and tragically, the computer simulation modelers failed to consider other factors and the side effects of a lockdown. And this originated back in the mid-2000s, so in the 2006-2007 time period. Consequently, people who saw this information in this computer simulation took this 2-week target and extended it into multiple months of lockdowns, which bordered on house arrests in some countries and even some states within the U.S. The side effects of the lockdowns included worker furloughs at 256 hospitals, adversely affecting the healthcare system, a stoppage of international travel, a 40% job loss among people earning less than $40,000 per year, devastation of every economic sector, society-wide confusion and demoralization, the discarding of fundamental rights and liberties, and the mass confiscation of private property with forced closures of millions of businesses. I'd like to just also read some other, they describe them as inequalities in this one particular article, and I apologize I don't have copies, but I can make those available. This list is extensive, well over kind of 50 lines of effects, but I don't want to read them all, but let me just kind of highlight a few of them. There are estimates that the side effects of attempting to fully mitigate the COVID pandemic via lockdowns will negatively impact life expectancy. Over 10 years, the negative life expectancy from socioeconomic inequalities alone will be around the equivalent of 6 unmitigated COVID-19 pandemics. This is not my opinion, but the opinion from this particular article. This is not considering the negative effects on life expectancy due to increased mental health problems, suicides, and drug abuse. The effect of COVID-19 pandemics and lockdowns differed across socioeconomic groups, but those with a lower socioeconomic scale had higher infection incidence and mortality, suggesting that the less fortunate groups were affected harder by the lockdowns. Racial minorities were more at risk of getting infected and had worse COVID health conditions and outcomes during the pandemic, and the existing inequalities were exacerbated.
Representative, I know you said there were around 50.
Yeah, I'm not going to read anymore.
Maybe you could pick out the best one, the most salient one, and give us one more.
Fundamentally, I think the greatest impact is to our school children. The loss of learning from children, young children who need to see the mouth move. So infants, I think the socialization among the middle schoolers was horrifically affected. I can only say this anecdotally, but my wife is a teacher and I know counselors within the school system, I think that there are an accelerated, much higher rate of mental health issues right now within the schools than ever were before. So these are, I think the most horrific, there are a lot of horrific things that happened side effects wise. I think the most horrific is the impact that we've had on our future generations.
Thank you, Representative. Would you take questions if there are any?
If I can answer them, yes, I will try.
Representative Gagny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I actually understood most of what you said. I'm a high school graduate. I don't have all these degrees. I taught martial arts back in the last century, and I learned to break heads rather than to come to conclusions like you did. I wrote down 3 words here: herd immunity delayed. All these mandates with the masks shutting down schools, shutting down churches, etc.
Yes.
That in part prevent natural immunity. You catch it once and you get over it.
Right.
That delay
So,
getting better.
so again, this would be just my opinion, and I haven't done. I don't want to become like the CDC and make wild conclusions without proper data. So I think my opinion is that the lockdowns as a temporary thing to allow hospital resources and healthcare resources to help address it was well-intentioned, but fundamentally flawed. As a case example, you can look at the country of Sweden, who did not do any mandates whatsoever, but instead practiced a much more relaxed approach. If you compare the outcomes from Sweden to other European nations or even the U.S., their death rates are from COVID are far less, and excess death rates above normal incidence of death were far less than other countries. And you could compare that to say Israel, which was almost fully vaccinated, and they had much higher rates. I think that it's similar to the U.S. in that U.S. has a largely decentralized healthcare system based upon individual states, with some oversight and I would say overreach from organizations like the CDC. So I think in trying to answer your question, they did not achieve their ultimate desire. If that's
Other questions, Representative Filio?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And two questions, if I may. The first would be a somewhat legal question. That in law, we talk about the difference between weight and admissibility, meaning that we determine whether something can actually be said in court versus the weight that can be given to a statement, meaning whether we believe it's believable or not, and then how much we actually want to believe that statement. Why do we want to make statements by the CDC and World Health Organization completely inadmissible versus just saying we don't really believe them and allowing each individual legislator the right to simply give it the weight that they believe it may be deserving? In your case, it may be, in other individuals' cases, it may be, they get zero weight. But wouldn't this effectively be making that decision for each legislator that it gets zero weight and is completely inadmissible, rather than allowing each individual legislator to determine the weight it deserves on their own merits?
I'm not a lawyer, so I'll only answer that as a scientist, I suppose. I think to me, the weight is always dependent upon the available data and what you can reasonably draw, what conclusions one can reasonably draw from the evidence, and having full accountability of or full disclosure of not only successful studies, but those studies that have failed. I think what we found, and maybe unlike the sponsors, there are a lot of, I think, good things that CDC and FDA, with the organization with whom I work most closely, do very well. The problem is when a particular area causes so much overreach and it's not based on data. So I would say there needs to be transparency of data and that the information that's available to legislators needs to be weighed carefully. With access to all the data.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
This is somewhat of a follow-up. One of the greatest innovations to both New Hampshire and American government is what we call the speech and debate clause, which says that legislators may say and consider any evidence they wish on the floor of a legislative body without repercussion. This is very important because it says that not only may I consider whatever evidence that I believe is important, but also I cannot be forced to consider whatever evidence I believe is important. We can imagine a governmental system in which I'm either forced to consider evidence or told I may not consider evidence, which effectively means that I'm quartered into a universe of only one piece of evidence. This is important to a democracy. In what way does a bill that says I may not consider evidence as a legislator comport with the speech and debate clause of both the New Hampshire and U.S. constitutions?
Since you mentioned freedom of speech, I think one of the principles that we often talk about is you can't yell fire in a crowded movie theater. Because if there's no fire, because of the issues that would result from people having a mass panic or and then taking actions to rush out of the theater that would in fact be more harmful than not. I think in this case where the CDC has basically yelled fire and then not specified the parameters of that and actually withheld data that would suggest their proposals and testing were highly flawed, is akin to yelling fire in a crowded movie theater. I think it's however this bill ends up, it's important that we understand that the data needs to be available, transparent, and communicated. What we have right now is a pattern where CDC has repeatedly withheld that data and not made it available to the public for decision-making purposes.
Thank you for that. I know Representative Massimillo had a hand up. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned in your testimony that the CDC testing has a 33% failure rate. Could you explain that, please?
Yeah, so basically one of the tests, so if you're making a test, you have a number of parameters that you need to ensure are viable. Accuracy, precision, reproducibility, there are limit of detection, limit of quantification. There are, I think, a total of 9 or so things that are described in the United States Pharmacopoeia as well as other standards. What the 33% failure rate came from exactly, I'm not sure, but it probably had to do with false positives and false negatives. So in other words, you had the virus and it didn't register, or you didn't have the virus, but it did register positive. So I would think that that is probably the 33% failure rate is attributable to a false negative, false positive situation.
Another question, follow-up.
Is that rate higher or lower than the average?
Oh my, yes. I mean, you would. That's a great question. FDA, United States Pharmacopoeia, and other areas are expecting minimal failure rates in the single digits or less. You don't want those sorts of tests to be have a high failure rate incident. I'm not sure what it probably depends upon the test to be as accurate as I can be. Some tests have greater accuracy than others, but you would not, 33% is unduly large. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Lloyd.
So, from my understanding, COVID-19 was an unknown entity prior to it happening and breaking out in pandemic. How many of those other testing kits are known? Like, so if I have a test for a flu, we know the flu virus, we know how it interacts, we know somewhat of how it behaves. However, COVID-19 didn't. So so if the success rate is being compared to the success rate of the other kits, how many of those kit rates are known?
I'm not sure I can actually answer your question. I will say that at the same time that the CDC was developing their kit, there was also a kit that had been developed in Germany that had good testing rates, and CDC elected not to utilize that kit, so they instead forged ahead with their own kit. I would say some of this, especially in the biologics and kind of pandemics and things, are not always well known. Often the flu vaccines are a forecast. So based on what experts think might come about in the next flu season. And so they're taking educated guesses. But I would say, and there's a difference between educated guesses and guesses that fail to disclose bad data. So I just want to emphasize that, is that when you have bad data and you do not disclose it, you've crossed that barrier from educated guesses to unethical practices.
Follow up.
So I guess my concern here is also the fact that with a 33% unsuccess rate or unsuccessful rate, there's a 67% successful rate. So if you were the head of an organization that was trying to just get anything out there as soon as possible to potentially save lives, would you suggest like trying to move forward with something?
The CDC itself said that this was bad. So I will defer in this case, ironically, to the CDC's and the HHS's review of those practices. They thought it was unacceptable. And in this particular case, I see no reason to disagree with them.
Other questions? Seeing none, Representative Worry, thank you. At the beginning, you mentioned your background. You're a scientist. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'm a chemical engineer. I have a process patent for a pharmaceutical. I have been working in pharmaceuticals, biotechnology, and medical devices for approximately 40 years, and that's my other job when I'm not up in Concord.
Okay, thank you. And did you mention Jonas Salk's name at the beginning?
Yes, I did. I worked with him in the mid-90s. He was the inventor of this concept. I was in a joint venture with Rhône-Poulenc Rohr and the Immune Response Corporation, and they had gotten together, and so I worked in that. I worked in a facility. I was the head of quality in a small vaccine producing facility that made HIV in cell culture and then inactivated it using irradiation and chemical inactivation, and then proceeded to put it in vaccines for human clinical trials.
Well, thank you. Obviously, you have some some background in this area. Thank you again for your extended testimony. Okay,
for your time.
our practice here at the House of Representatives is when we have these pink cards, we give a little bit of deference to co-sponsors and fellow legislators. And I have 5 more cards from state reps that we're going to get to. But before we get to those, and some have asked for 2 to 5 to 10 minutes, before we get to those, all of whom have signed in as supporting the bill, and we'll get right to them. But I do want to go to someone who is representing an opposition to the bill perspective, and that's Carol Townsend. And the reason I'd like Ms. Townsend to speak here briefly, and I believe a handout has been passed around from the Nurses Association, is that correct?
Yes.
We have some of the state reps that will be speaking more in a bit have nursing backgrounds. So I wanted to give you a little bit of time to speak in opposition to the bill, and then some of the folks that will follow you will be able to respond to your concerns about the bill. So that's why I'd like you to speak here, and welcome.
Thank you. Yes, so I'm Carol Townsend, and I am a nurse representing the New Hampshire Nurses Association today. Dear Chair Michael Moffett and the members of the State and Federal Relations of Veteran Affairs Committee, the New Hampshire Nurses Association, representing approximately 1,200 nurses, urges you to vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 1156. This bill would require that all political subdivisions in New Hampshire not engage in the enforcement of any requirements, mandates, recommendations, instructions, or guidance from either CDC or WHO. The CDC and the WHO detect and respond to new and emerging health threats, and both play an advisory role in New Hampshire. Adoption of 1156 would impede New Hampshire's access to current recommendations from leading public health experts regarding the prevention and treatment of communicable disease. Adoption of 1156 would also impede access to federal funds from the CDC and from other sources that require compliance with CDC guidelines. Nurses practice from evidence-based research, and they depend upon expertise that the CDC and the WHO provide to address public health threats. 1156 runs counter to nurses' commitment to protecting the public's health and welfare. I have been a nurse for over 31 years and utilize the expert guidance published by the CDC in caring for active TB patients, HIV positive patients, and many patients on contact, airborne, or droplet precautions. The CDC guidance has kept me and my patients safe. As a member of the Incident Command during the COVID-19 pandemic, I relied on scientific guidance from the CDC to protect patients and staff. This guidance was based on scientific data, and in my opinion, as a subject matter expert, saved many lives. Please vote against the passage of this bill.
Thank you very much. We'll take questions if there are any. Are there questions? I have one quick question, and that has to do, you mentioned some of the information from, say, the CDC gets to nurses. Could you just explain that process a little bit? I know every hospital, every clinic is a little bit different, but do you get like a memo from somebody that cites the CDC recommendations? How does that filter down? If you could speak to that a little bit.
Absolutely. So as Incident Command, I was actually a nursing director, and I was going to the CDC website and looking directly at what they were offering at the time for what's new, what's the information, what guidance do we have for our patients. And we were looking through that and making the best judgment that we could with that guidance. And it was changing rapidly. We were in a pandemic. Everyone was frightened. No one knew how to handle this situation. We'd never been there before. And we also were proceeding with caution. So we were using that guidance and making the best decision possible for our patients and our staff. And we did proceed with caution. Sometimes we used their guidance and we actually went to even more cautious steps. So we use that guidance and we set mask mandates, hand sanitizing, hand washing, all the isolation, the social distancing, all of that guidance and teaching and education. And we put all of that information out for patients, for staff, all of that.
Representative Rollins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first year when COVID hit, all right, all the nurses were all heroes. I mean, they worked around the clock. They did a diligent job. They spent lots of time in overtime because our hospitals were so overwhelmed. The second year, it came out that the nurses had to get a vaccine or they were going to be released from their job. Do you feel that that was the right move?
I'm used to that. I've always had to get a flu vaccine. I've had to have vaccines my whole life being a nurse. That's what our patients want us to do to protect them. They don't want us to have diseases that then we spread to them. So that's been my whole life that I've been vaccinated. That's not unfamiliar to me. So it wasn't a surprise.
Thank you.
One more quick question. Was there ever any pushback? And I know you just have a piece of the nursing healthcare world. Was there ever, to your knowledge, pushback on the part of healthcare professionals, nurses or doctors, to some of the CD guidelines that were passed down? Did any nurses say, I don't agree and I'm not going to do it?
There was a small percentage of staff that were against vaccination. There was a small percentage of staff that were against masking. But it was small, very small.
Thank you. The questions? Thank you so much. And thank you for the written testimony. That's always very helpful to file here. Okay, I'd like to go back to our state reps. Representative Leah Cushman, I think we have a couple of nurses here. I know Representative Cushman definitely is one of them. Welcome, Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Chairman Moffett. I've never been before this committee. For the record, my name is Leah Cushman. I represent the town of Ware. I am a registered nurse, but I'm not testifying today as a subject matter expert as a nurse. I'm testifying as myself, as a person who happens to be a nurse. I have some experience with all of that and happy to answer questions on that. But I really wanted to address a couple of issues that were raised, a couple questions, and the Constitution and jurisdiction. So there is a court case, Worcester versus Plymouth. It's a Supreme Court case for New Hampshire. And in that court case, the Supreme Court made it clear that the Constitution is divided into two parts. Part one are our rights, and that they're reserved back to the people. Government can't touch them, can't make any laws relating to them or abridging them, and that those rights are kept unless they are determined to be suspended by a trial by a jury of your peers. That being said, Part 2 of the Constitution directs the government how to carry out its duties and functions to preserve the rights of the people. And there is no grant in Part 2 for the jurisdiction that the people granted to their agents in government to then pass along their authority to a non-governmental entity. So if there's some issues with the last line of the bill about citing the CDC, perhaps that can be adjusted a little bit. But I think that it's clear the founders said that we had to have an informed populace and informed legislators, but you hear all the time people just talk about statutes and kind of ignore the Constitution. And while the CDC and WHO already don't have jurisdiction over the people of New Hampshire per the Constitution, because it's clear who does have that jurisdiction in Part 2, and there's a maxim of law that says what's been delegated cannot be delegated again. I think there is some merit to the question of debate. So if during a hearing, the CDC or WHO recommendations are weighed. It's fair that that's brought up in debate and kept in the record, so that the legislative intent of something is known. But you can't have in law pursuant to the WHO recommendations. A lot of times you'll see in administrative rules, and that's different because that's directing how government operates. You'll see they'll say the person must be licensed according to these requirements from the CDC, or actually some statutes say, CDC recommendations, pursuant to them. This bill would make it clear that that's not okay. And I think that's important for the constitutional intention of the founders, that the agents who are elected by the people or appointed by the governor or and the executive council, that those be the people who make decisions for them as their agents and in their interest. The CDC and the WHO are not, they're not beholden to the people. They do have expert information that is often errant, and I think it's been called into question much more in the last 4 years. But even before that, there were some recommendations that other professional organizations would disagree with. That being said, I will kind of try to talk about the nursing aspect a little bit. My experience was that many nurses were upset with the mandates coming down. And personally, I've looked at recommendations, and it's encouraged in nursing school for us to be critical thinkers and to question directives that come down from on high, and to make sure that the evidence is robust and it really backs up those recommendations. I don't think that a private company carrying out their policies and basing it on organizations that they're used to and typically provide good guidance on certain things like basic infection control measures for diseases that have been around for a long time, like TB. And I don't think that is comparable to talking about the government being able to cite that organization that's a non-governmental entity as justification for a law. There has to be a constitutional justification. And that's the only way that you can really justify any law that's made. But as far as nursing, sorry, I got off track. Sometimes the recommendations are questionable, and individual facilities will decide not to go with CDC recommendations and will go with another professional organization, or they'll do a literature review themselves and set their own policies. And as far as it being a small amount of nurses, I very much disagree with that, as I helped a lot of nurses seeking exemptions, because just because you've had your rights trampled, your constitutional rights, which no one has a right to take from you, just because you've had them trampled over and over and you're used to it, you're used to having that abuse, that doesn't make it okay. And a lot of nurses realized that during the COVID vaccine mandates, and they drew a line, and we have an accelerated and exacerbated staffing shortage as a result of it. I can give you the names of 20 nurses who are no longer practicing nursing because of the way that everything was handled during COVID. Additionally, I am not a member of the organization that was here speaking before, so I just want to clarify that. So I'm not speaking for them. I believe that some of the professional organizations are subject to bias as well, and that's why I don't join. And it's unfortunate that there's no representation for the number of nurses who did push back and and wanted to fix their profession and what was happening, and they were not supported. And it's unfortunate that that had to take place, because it made it harder for all nurses when we lost a portion of some of them, and it made it harder for the patients.
Thank you, Representative. Would you take questions if there are any? Are there any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher is in the House. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Representative Mike Belcher, Carroll District 4. This bill acts to nullify, in a soft manner, the World Health Organization and the CDC. Now, let me preface my comments with this. I'm going to make some claims that will challenge you. I will present evidence for these claims, but this evidence only barely scratches the surface of what is out there for good, vetted evidence for what I am about to say. Under COVID, it is now known that early, extremely aggressive ventilator guidelines for significantly ill patients caused significant numbers of unnecessary morbidity and mortality. These guidelines killed Americans. Where did these guidelines come from? They were promulgated by the World Health Organization, who then ran and still does run the World Health Organization. A gentleman by the name of Tedros. Tedros is not and has never been a healthcare professional. He is a career politician. Before running the World Health Organization, Tedros was a high-ranking member of the Communist Party of his native Ethiopia, an organization that I believe is still officially recognized as a terrorist organization by the United States of America, called the Tigray People's Liberation Front. How did he get this job running the World Health Organization? He was placed in this role due to the lobbying efforts of the Chinese Communist Party at the United Nations, which is why under Tedros, the World Health Organization does not recognize the sovereignty of Taiwan. This is the same Chinese Communist Party responsible for the creation and the release of the COVID virus from a military laboratory in Wuhan. This is a fact and the official position now of the United States federal government and the Senate report. Who was responsible for adopting and promulgating these ventilator rules in the United States? That was the Centers for Disease Control. Early in COVID, the Chinese government ran a series of online disinformation and psychological warfare operations involving people dropping dead in the streets, and lockdown procedures that included the welding of doors shut in apartment blocks to prevent the spread of the disease, and other draconian measures. These social media political warfare campaigns were picked up by regular media, and they scared the living daylights out of the West, exactly as they were intended to. China developed the lockdown model and went to great lengths to scare the world into adopting it. And they had their man in the World Health Organization make it official policy and export these guidelines around the globe. In the US, those guidelines were adopted and pushed by the Centers for Disease Control. As a part of this absurd overreach, the CDC issued such things as nationwide eviction moratoriums that lasted for years, effectively a seizure of private property. When this rule, when this guideline from the CDC was ruled unconstitutional by the United States Supreme Court, the CDC simply ignored the Supreme Court and continued trying to enforce these edicts. Last year, a small laboratory in California, licensed only to produce COVID testing equipment and owned by a Chinese national with deep ties to the Chinese Communist Party, was reported to local authorities for suspicious activity. On investigation, the locals discovered that the lab had dozens and dozens of samples of highly dangerous pathogens on hand. Thousands of live lab mice and many human blood samples. Thanks to the congressional report that was recently released, we even know that there was a refrigerator labeled Ebola in Chinese. When the locals contacted the CDC refused to come investigate this laboratory. What did they do instead? They ordered the immediate destruction of all of the samples and all of the evidence, which made it impossible to determine the exact nature and extent of the threat. Make no mistake, this was a clandestine biological warfare laboratory run by the Chinese government on U.S. soil, and the CDC covered it up. These actions collectively are far more than mere incompetence. The WHO and the CDC are and have been acting as proxies of the Chinese Communist Party, actively subverting American interests on behalf of a hostile nation that is waging unconventional warfare against the United States. For those who are familiar with Sun Tzu, you will recognize this as Chinese military doctrine. These organizations represent an existential threat to our constituents. This bill is an act of self-defense. And if I may end by answering a question I heard earlier, we as legislators have no ability to bind legislators or future legislatures. This bill has no effect on legislators or future legislatures. As is typical, it is simply binding on the executive. Thank you, and I will take questions.
Thank you, Representative, for already answering a question. Other questions? Representative Massimilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. You said in your testimony that ventilators created a more higher morbidity rate amongst patients. Could you tell me what your source was for that information?
Yes, that is a fact that is widely recognized at this point among the medical community. There have been multiple studies that have demonstrated this, and I believe you can find that specifically in the Senate report.
Come again? What'd you say? What report?
The United States Senate report on COVID.
Do you have a date for that?
I don't, but I can try to find that for you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Siebert.
Yeah, I just have sort of a comment, and with all due respect, I'm originally from Atlanta, home to the CDC. No one knew. And I know a lot of people that work there, and they're not big doctors. They just do their work at the CDC, but they happen to have a fire station, their own fire station. And so when you were mentioning the destruction of, the Ebola, they have different sections at the CDC where they keep certain viruses. And some are kept separate because the fire station knows to let a fire burn if something ever happens, because the diseases need to burn versus being like sprayed with water and become further airborne. So I just wanted to reference that. If you have a comment, that was more of a comment, I guess. I'm willing.
Typically in a hearing, we would somehow phrase that in the form of a question.
I guess
What-
I should have,
would-
that was poorly
would-
worded.
Would you believe, or would you have a comment that was the
Yeah,
question?
do you have a response?
Sure,
to
I
that?
believe I find a question in that. But in this particular case, with the laboratory that was discovered in California, the CDC had no direct hand in what happened. They simply ordered the locals to destroy the evidence. It was part of the congressional report that this should not have happened, that the CDC should have investigated, and they should have determined the exact nature of the threat that this clandestine laboratory posed.
Other question, Representative Lloyd.
So in your testimony, you had mentioned the propaganda around certain lockdowns. Now, were you suggesting that these claims were exaggerated in order to exaggerate the claim that we needed to also lock down?
Yes, broadly. So this the Chinese government undertook, along with the release, whether it was accidental or otherwise, I can't say, but along with the release of COVID, they undertook an advanced psychological warfare operation, primarily using social media, videos of people dropping dead in the streets, again, welding doors shut, and all the things that happened because they had promulgated guidelines for lockdown that they wanted to convince the West broadly to adopt, because that is part of their long-term plan to eclipse the West in economic and military activity. And I can point you to the gentleman from Security Studies Group, Michael J. Waller, for far more direct information on that topic.
Representative Judy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bonjour, representative. Bonjour. I am really surprised of your testimony. Where is, if you know, where is Ted Ross? Where is he right now?
Tedros, I have no idea where he physically is at this exact moment. He is still in the position of the leadership of the World Health Organization.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other questions? Representative Carey.
So in your testimony, you essentially testified that another tool of warfare that was used was social media. So should this also be included maybe in terms of protecting Americans?
Thank you for the question. And I would say no, because there is only so much that we can and should do as a government actor in passing legislation. And to step into that territory would be for us to decide that we know better than the people. And we need to make sure that the people have access to a broad variety of information so they can make these decisions for themselves. So I don't think that that would be an appropriate avenue for this particular bill.
So just to follow up, if that's your belief, then why would you want to restrict them from having access to CDC and WHO data?
To clarify, are we speaking of people in general, or
Yes.
I don't believe there's anything in the bill that restricts the people from having access to that information. This is purely binding on the executive branch.
So those people aren't allowed access, but other people are.
No, they're certainly allowed access in a private capacity, but they're not allowed as government actors to utilize WHO or CDC promulgated things to justify their own actions. If they want to take the same kind of actions, they're going to have to justify it based on good information themselves. That puts it sort of within our domain to regulate.
Other question, Representative, who was first? Representative Filliot?
The last sentence says, furthermore, any requirements, mandates, recommendations, instructions, or guidance by either organization shall not be used in the state to justify any max vaccine medical testing requirements and shall have no force or effect in New Hampshire. This last sentence does not reference enforcement or the executive, but the word justify is in the sentence, which means that it could reference debate or deliberation by a legislative body. For example, if I were to say on the floor of the House, the CDC recommends everybody mask in the face of this pandemic, that would be a justification. And then if the House were to then vote upon a bill which were to require individuals in the state to mask for a particular period of time, that could be seen as part of the floor debate, which were to justify that mask mandate. And so, to what extent does the final sentence comport with the assertion that this doesn't only binds the executive?
So it's general knowledge and generally understood under our Constitution in New Hampshire, our legislature has no capacity to pass legislation that is binding on legislators or future legislatures. This would have no such effect. Our Constitution is very clear that our debate is so important in our deliberative sessions that it can form the basis of no complaint before anybody but the House itself. So that's just, it's a non-issue, it's a non-entity.
Representative Massimo?
Thank you again for taking my question. It seems like the problem is with the CDC. So wouldn't it be more appropriate to contact the federal delegation and ask them to put in legislation regarding the accuracy of sources in testing used by the CDC?
Thank you, but no. It's my belief, and I believe some of the others who are present, that the federal government has thus far not been successful in reining itself in and its own regulatory mechanisms. In fact, the CDC even ignored the Supreme Court ruling. It's time at this point for the states to take our own sovereignty that we have duly under our Constitution and say, no, we're not going to use your edicts that you have demonstrated are not in good faith to promulgate guidelines in our own state. We have our own capacity to do so. We have our own professionals. We have our own experts. Thank you.
I see a hand up. Representative Granger, this is not how we usually do business, but I want to recognize the prime sponsor. Sure. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Representative Belcher.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Representative, you're talking about Dr. Lindley? Thank you for flagging that. And thank you for the written testimony. Welcome, Dr. Lindley. You can tell us a bit about your background as we get right into this. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee, for having me today. I'm Dr. Katarina Lindley. I'm a family physician from Texas. I'm also president of Global Health Project and past president of Texas Osteopathic Medical Association. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself, and I will be giving testimony specifically on the World Health Organization. I'll give you a little bit of a background on the World Health Organization and why I feel that it is important to actually support this bill. So the World Health Organization was founded in 1948 as the health arm of the United Nations and currently has 194 member states. Initially, it was 100% funded by the member states, but in recent years, this funding has changed. Today, only 20% of the funding comes from the member states from the assessed contributions, and 80% comes from the voluntary contributions. Some of those contributions are coming from some of the member states, but others are coming from the private-public partnerships like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Gavi Alliance, Wellcome Trust, and others. These voluntary contributions are typically earmarked for specific projects or diseases, meaning that WHO does not really have control over that part of the budget. In March of the 21st, 25 heads of states and international agencies called for a new pandemic treaty that would protect the world from future health crises. Currently, the World Health Organization is simultaneously negotiating two documents. One of them is the Pandemic Agreement, also known as Accord, Treaty, CA++, and Zero Draft. It has changed names over time. And the other one is the Amendments to International Health Regulations. International health regulations were actually adopted in 1969 and then amended in 2005 as a part of international law. So these drafts, the draft international health regulation amendments, they would lay down new powers for the World Health Organization during health emergencies and broaden the context with which they can be used. The pandemic treaty, on the other side, is intended to support the bureaucracy, financings, and governance to underpin the expanded international health regulations. The World Health Assembly is going to meet in May of this year to vote on adoption of both of these documents. Once approved by 2/3 of the World Health Assembly, the pandemic treaty will go to our Senate to be ratified, and it will need 2/3 of the votes to be implemented. As I mentioned before, international health regulations have already been adopted in '69 and then amended in 2005. They do not need any kind of special ratification by our Congress. Once they are adopted by the World Health Assembly, they are going to be implemented within 12 months unless the country member state specifically says we will not comply. So first, we're going to discuss the amendments to the international health regulations. The proposed amendments to the international health regulations would give WHO authority over member states by changing the wording. So in the past, their recommendations were non-binding, they were recommendations. But the non-binding has been stricken out, and these are going to become binding recommendations that will now mandate the member states to follow, instead just consider these recommendations. States will accept the WHO as the authority in international public health emergencies. And this is in the Article 1. I gave you all some documents to look over. The amendments expanded the scope of the documents from public health risk to all risk that might affect public health, and those will include risk to animals, ecosystems, and climate. Specifically, the Article 18 of the amendments will change the definition of the public health emergency of international concern to include not only actual but also potential concern that the Director General would have. So to give everyone an example, let's say there is an outbreak of something in jungle of Brazil, and the WHO hears about it, they send their team in, and the team says, well, we're concerned. The country itself might say, this is really not a big concern. This is something that happens this time of year every time. If they decide that this is of concern, they can declare public health emergency of international concern. By the Article 18, and I gave you guys an example of that, in Article 18, the WHO then would have the powers to decide to close the borders, to restrict travel, require proof vaccination or other prophylaxis, require vaccination, place suspects under public health observation, implement quarantine, isolation, tracing, refuse entry of suspects and affected persons, and refuse entry of unaffected persons to affected areas, implement exit screening and restrictions. So the World Health Organization, by this Article 18, Director General, by declaring this public health emergency of international concern, would be able to close down that area, whether the country agrees or not. The WHO will have power to designate opinions or information as misinformation or disinformation, and it can require country-state governments to intervene and stop such expression and dissemination. Obviously, that will interfere with U.S. Constitution and is incompatible with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The specific article is Article 44 in the Amendments of International Health Regulations. After declaring an emergency, Director General will also have powers to instruct the governments to provide the World Health Organization and other countries with resources, funds, and commodities. Countries will also give power to the World Health Organization over patent law and intellectual property, including control of manufacturing commodities deemed to be relevant to the potential or actual health problem that WHO considers of interest. So to summarize this draft of the amendments to international health regulation, it will expand the definition of pandemic and health emergencies, including the introduction of potential for harm rather than actual harm. It also expands the definition of health products that fall under this to include any commodity or process that may impact on the response or improve quality of life. It will change the recommendations of the international health regulations from non-binding to mandatory instructions that the states will have to undertake and follow and implement. It will solidify the Director General's ability to independently declare emergencies. It will set up an extensive surveillance process in all states, which WHO will verify regularly through a county review mechanism. It will enable WHO to share country data without consent. It will give WHO control over certain country resources, including requirements for financial contributions and provisions of intellectual property and know-how. It will ensure the national support for promotion of censorship activities by WHO to prevent contrary approaches and concerns from being freely disseminated. It will change existing international health regulation provisions affecting individuals from non-binding to binding, including border closures, travel restrictions, confinement, medical examination, and medication of individuals. So the next document that they are currently negotiating as well is the Pandemic Treaty, also known as Accord, Agreement, CA++, and Zero Draft. They kept changing the name as the public was responding to this document. So the treaty would set up a global supply network overseen by WHO. It would set up a governing body under WHO auspices, a new WHO secretariat, and conference of the parties to oversee the whole process. It will set up infodemics management at the local, regional, national, and international level to control the information flow and free speech. This is under Article 18 of the treaty. In number 1, it will instruct the parties to combat false, misleading, misinformation, and disinformation. And anything that's considered false, misleading, misinformation, or disinformation will be something that goes against what WHO says. Under Article 3, number 2, states have in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and general principles of international law the sovereign right to legislate and implement legislation in pursuance of their health policies. This specific language fails to address the issue of the WHO assuming sovereignty for health matters over states through the treaty and in the event of the pandemic. Under Article 4, treaty directs nations to surveil for and perform genetic sequences of potential pandemic pathogens they find and to safely handle them. Under Article 6, the parties will not only surveil for, but will share the pathogens with pandemic potential. And as they are established in Article 12, the pathogens are identified to infect humans, have high transmissibility, and are capable of widespread in human population, are highly virulent, making them likely to cause significant morbidity and mortality in humans.
Excuse me, Dr. Lilly, a
sir.
couple things real quick. I'm looking for your written testimonies that come in this way. Okay. That's on us, not you.
No problem.
I wanted to see what you were referring to. And if you could get me a copy of this. And if we could ask you to kind of take a minute or two to focus on your remaining key point, 'cause we do have some of the folks that have been waiting.
problem.
So proceed.
I'm towards the end anyway. Another thing that is very important to understand in this pandemic treaty specifically, it's this One Health agenda that is actually under Article 5. The One Health agenda doesn't have specific meaning. If you look at the wording of it, it's very difficult to understand what they mean. But One Health agenda claims that humans, animals, plants, and ecosystems are all part of One Health, and that everything on the planet is interrelated and affects health. Essentially, under the guise of One Health, the WHO would have control of life on the planet. They will not need to prioritize human health, but rather they could choose to balance human health with animal and plant health, as well as environmental health in the name of climate change. So, to conclude, why do I speak very strongly against what WHO is currently doing? They are simultaneously creating these two documents, Pandemic Treaty and the amendments to international health regulations. In the event of future pandemics, and they are telling us that the one will happen, we're hearing about this disease X, it's going to be 20 times deadlier. We have no idea what it is. That's what they're saying. But it's going to be deadlier, so we have to do something for future generations and our children. That's one of their favorite phrases. If these documents are passed in May in Geneva, the pandemic treaty would give them, and the amendments to international health regulations, would give them powers in the event of another pandemic to actually close down our countries, to issue these things and say, you cannot travel, you have to use these tests, you have to use these medications, you have to use these vaccinations for your population. We will not have a discussion that we're having right now. Their recommendations now are going to become obligations, and the countries will have to comply. Not only will we have to comply on the medical front, we'll have to share all our data, patents, and different commodities as they see fit, so they can change it in very equitable way. The word equity is all over the document. In my opinion, this does take our sovereignty under attack. Because if we have a supranational agency and body tell us what we can and cannot do, and that we have to close our borders, not allow people in and out, that is an attack on the sovereignty of the states, and especially the United States of America. And then looking at the whole censorship clause, if anyone, so if I feel that what they're telling me is not correct, that this person in front of me needs a specific treatment, but that's not the treatment that they allow, and if I say that publicly, they will consider that misinformation, disinformation, and then they require my state to censor me. And I do believe that that infringes on my freedom of speech as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lindley. For the record, could you again just tell us, I know you traveled to get here. Who are you representing again?
I'm representing myself.
Oh, okay. And you traveled here from...
I live in Texas and I practice medicine in Texas.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Filliot.
Thank you for your testimony. The Senate of the United States would have to ratify both of these treaties for them to become operative, correct?
No, sir. The pandemic agreement or treaty does have to go to Senate and be ratified by 2/3 of the vote. The international health regulations were already adopted in '69 and then amended in 2005, and they're part of our international law. They do not have to be ratified. I have a chart at the end of the document that they will pass to you, and it says specifically, we actually, once the World Health Assembly says that they are okay with all of the amendments or they approve certain amendments, we will have 12 months to say that we don't accept that.
And which statute in U.S. law says that?
I'm not the lawyer, so you're going to have to find a lawyer to give you the actual statutes.
The other point that I would like to make is, are you aware of the fact that in the zero draft, the first sentence is reaffirming the principle of sovereignty of states parties in addressing public health matters, notably pandemic prevention, preparedness, response, and health systems recovery. And the word sovereignty and affirming sovereignty appears 4 times throughout the document?
I'm aware, but my opinion is that if you have an agency who declares a pandemic emergency of international concern in your area and tells you that you have to close the borders, that your people cannot leave, that maybe put them in quarantine or isolation, that actually infringes of the sovereignty of that country.
Other questions? Thank you, Dr.
Representative Lloyd had a question.
Representative Lloyd, you know her already. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Chair. So I guess with all due respects, because I know
Yes,
you're a
ma'am.
medical professional, so wouldn't the fact that this, and I understand your concern about the infringement upon free speech, I understand that side of it, but also wouldn't this prevent situations that we had gotten into with things like unapproved treatments having happened during the COVID pandemic, things like ivermectin being taken, or bleach, or any of those types of things?
Thank you for your question. So as a physician, I treat the person in front of me, and also I am allowed to use medications that were not specifically approved for that intention as long as I discuss with my patient risk and benefits. And if I follow science and literature and see that there is a reason for certain things. Even Dr. Fauci said that during that for coronaviruses, hydroxychloroquine is well known to work well. He said that before the pandemic. And then the contention of many of us physicians who have treated our patients and who did really well is that the reason we were not allowed to actually treat patients was so that certain things could be put in place, like emergency use authorization of the vaccines that could be approved. Another thing to consider is when the pandemic started, one thing that never made sense, and it will never make sense to me, is as physicians, we were told, tell your patient to stay home until they can breathe, and then tell them to go to the hospital. So as a physician, if in an event that something happens, I would expect myself and my colleagues to be the first ones to go in, even if we don't know what it is, because it's our job to save lives. So I would say that the intentions of CDC and the guidelines from these different organizations were wrong from the beginning.
Thank you again, Dr. Lindley. I know you have a plane to catch. Thank you again for the written testimony. That's always, as I said, appreciated. Okay, we have 7 more cards, most of whom are asking for 2 minutes or 3 minutes. So let's get to them. And again, as in the past, the committee's looking for new information. So any points that have already been made, don't feel a need to reiterate. We're looking for some new perspectives and new information as we finish up here. Representative Burnham is here. She asked for a minute. We can do that easily. Representative Burnham, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm going to try to skip over because some of the things are replicated already. So, so we can't necessarily change what happened in the past, but we can learn from that and move forward. And one of the things that I did want to bring up is at the state's level and how New Hampshire handled the mandates coming down from the CDC. Every day, that's all we heard was about what the CDC recommends, and we were pretty much imposed on those recommendations no matter where we went, whether it was grocery shopping or to church or whatever. So, however, I looked to what other states did, and one in particular was South Dakota. Governor Kristi Noem did an impeccable job believing and trusting in her residents of South Dakota and for them to follow what is the best practices. So I actually pulled up an article from July 27th, 2021. And it says that Governor Kristi Noem says South Dakota will not have mask mandate following the CDC's announcement Tuesday urging vaccinated and unvaccinated people to wear masks in indoor areas as the Delta variant of the COVID-19 surges across the nation. The CDC shifts their position again, Noem tweeted late Tuesday afternoon. South Dakota's cases remain low. If you're worried about the virus, you're free to get vaccinated, wear a mask, or stay at home. But we won't be mandating anything, and the CDC's inconsistency doesn't help the American people. The CDC issued new guidance that fully vaccinated people should wear masks indoors in high transmission areas as COVID-19 numbers continue to rise, and the CDC has also advised that children in schools wear masks this fall. Information on the Delta variant from several states and other countries indicates that in rare occasions, some vaccinated people infected with Delta variant after vaccination may be contagious and spread the virus to others, CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said on Tuesday. And Noem's announcement comes at the heels of the state's decision Saturday to lift the mask mandate within South Dakota prisons for both staff and those incarcerated. If Joe Biden enacts mask mandates, lockdowns, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem won't enforce them. It was very bold and very fearless. I don't think that our live free or die state had that boldness. We did well, but we could have done a lot better. And I think that it's reflective as to giving that freedom of choice to our residents. And it comes from the state level. I am an elected official at the municipal level, and all I heard was the recommendations of the CDC. We must follow the recommendations of the CDC. It was like a broken record. And I chose not to. And little by little, people chose not to also. And some chose to continue to wear masks as they felt that that was the best thing for them, and that is okay. I just don't feel that we did the right thing all the time during that situation. That's the first time we've ever had to deal with it, but moving forward, we need to do better for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. You take a quick question.
Sure.
I just was wondering, you quoted Governor Nome. What was the date? When did she say what the things that you said she said?
Yes, I believe it was July 27th, 2021, and during the pandemic.
Okay. Other questions? Representative Carey.
Do you think part of her success was in fact twofold? One, she has a state with a really small population, and two, by telling people they're not mandated to do things, they very often will do what they should do.
I can't really speak to what her, I believe that she believed in their freedoms and their choice is what it really came down to. And I think that that's what we need to adhere to in New Hampshire.
Other questions? Representative Lloyd.
So I used to work for the New England Organ Bank, and oftentimes any transplant patients are forever immunocompromised. How can we as a state justify saying, no, you don't have to mask whatever, and we have people who have received organ transplants here in this state that we need to take care of and make sure that they're not exposed to things?
I just don't think that at the state level we need to mandate. If that is something under your organization and that is something that you believe is important to the security and the well-being of the patients, then certainly I can understand that.
Follow up.
Were we ever taking people off of the street and forcing them to mask?
Yes. People were arrested and they called it trespassing for not following the mask mandate that was imposed on the state. I am one that actually lost a job because I would not wear a mask. And I worked at a therapeutic boarding school, which really greatly affected our youth. I can't even imagine where those children are today as young adults.
You take one more follow-up?
Sure.
So, but these were organizations that you were working in or entering into. It wasn't just off of the street.
Well, I wouldn't say it's off on the street, but obviously when it's being imposed and by the state, your local levels, your organizations, your businesses are going to take on those mandates as law. And that's what we saw. We saw people saying it's the law. I saw signs in Lebanon that had signs up on the sidewalks that said, wear your mask, it's the law. And it was not a law. So I think it was taken indirectly by those businesses, organizations, schools, municipalities, as that was the law.
Representative Siebert.
Yeah, I need to look up the exact date, but I know I even printed it out for a business near me. But the governor did order a temporary mask mandate. It was an emergency mask mandate.
Yes.
I think businesses, this was later on into the pandemic, probably like maybe a year after, maybe within the first year. I'll look it up.
It was right after his election.
Yeah. So I was just curious, with that said, and with what you just stated, and businesses also could choose, am I right? Even before he did that, they could choose to not let people in, or either close or put up a sign saying, wear a mask in here,
Well, there was a lot of businesses, and especially when they're catering or dealing with the public, they were required to wear masks in order to conduct business.
What was this under the time that the governor had that in place?
Yes, and it continued even when he removed the mask mandate for specific
you.
businesses.
Thank you.
Representative Gagny?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your opinion, okay, the continuing mask mandates in restaurants and businesses or whatnots, in your opinion, would it be because perhaps the businesses, because of the sort of mandate, that would be concerned with lawsuits?
In my opinion, I believe that many of them were threatened by the health organizations that they would be shut down.
Representative Siebert, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you. I kind of have a follow-up question to his. So have you looked into how much influence, I guess you could say, came down from the, to the businesses from their insurance companies that covered them per the liability?
I am not aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Representative. Moving right along, Representative Emily Phillips is in the House and is still here. Thanks for waiting. And Representative McCarter, I know you're here as well. Representative Phillips had mentioned 2 minutes. Not a problem. Welcome. Glad you're here.
Thank you for having me. Good morning. Before I started serving I'm Representative Emily Phillips, Fremont, New Hampshire, Rockingham 7. Before I started serving my hard time here at the State House, I volunteered my services at the school board. In 2019, I was elected in my town, and then boom, this pandemic happened. And let me just tell you from that perspective, the local control in New Hampshire is awesome, right? And when this all broke, we were all kind of deciding our own path, if you will. Besides the original 2 weeks to slow the spread, there was an executive order, and then each school district was allowed to decide how to proceed. So we, went remote in my school district, and then when it came time to open for the next year, my school, which is a pre-K to 8 school, and then we tuition out to high school, we were the only ones in our area to open. So every other school around us was doing either a split schedule where some kids came on some days, other came in other days, or they did a remote teaching role until mid-October, until everyone got more comfortable, and then they started having kids back. So I commend our school board for having the courage to do that, figuring out the space needed according to what we were following. Now that brings me to this bill, is that we chose to follow the state, meaning Department of Education and DHHS instructions. We never went with the CDC, which was fast changing. So we set a precedent. We weren't told what to do, but there were districts around us who were pivoting constantly based on CDC updates. So it was kind of chaotic. I think DHHS was modeling a lot of their guidance based on CDC guidance as well, but that's what we did. We kind of waited for directives from the state because New Hampshire is big on local control. So I support this bill in a nutshell. On a private matter, I had young children during this period who were speech and language delayed, and it was very damaging to a lot of young children to have their peers masked. We did face coverings. This is the policy that we adopted. So there were children who were allowed to wear plastic face shields, especially young children or children with any reason really, and some parents chose plastic face shields. But my daughter, who was nonverbal at 5 years old, could not see her her peers' faces, or the service providers, her speech and language teachers were not wearing face shields based on fear, right? Or guidance that it wasn't as protective. So we actually homeschooled last year because we needed a whole mental year of a mental health year, if you will. And now we're back in a public charter school because everything is more relaxed now. But jumping to what the CDC says, has damaged an entire generation. And I think a lot of people can agree on that. So I just think that they've made a lot of mistakes. And New Hampshire is very unique. And New Hampshire is not New York or Manhattan or North Dakota. It's like, I like this local control thing. So I would like this bill to pass because we should not be following the CDC based on their past performance, and that local control is essential here.
Questions? Representative Carey?
I too was a school board member for 18 years. And one of the challenges I had, and I don't feel it's reflected in this bill, was the school board, in fact, did not have control over the mask mandates in terms of guidance from the state. We were told if the state masks, you mask, right? So my thought was if we could just mask, you know, when we needed to within our school district area, not when the entire state or the entire county needed to mask. But we weren't given that flexibility, but that was the state that did that.
So we were told, here's the guidance, here's the recommendations. Each district school board can make their own decision. So we passed a policy that said face coverings, which is the terminology that was used. And a lot of places didn't. They did put cloth face masks. So I think that was partially me pushing that through, the face covering, so that we could allow children or other people to wear clear plastic face shields. You know, we have a whole community of children early on who couldn't wear masks for disability reasons, autism, all sorts of sensory issues, which is what I was concerned about, more so than the freedom relation to it. But it's hard for, so I disagree because we were very different from schools around us. And like I said, we're in Fremont, so we were surrounded by a lot of bigger schools who had very different policies, very specific. So maybe it's just we took a gamble and no one sued us. I don't know. But I do like the local control aspect because every district is unique versus just following whatever the CDC or World Health Organization recommends in these situations. We were all learning as we went, right? It was just chaos.
Representative Siebert, did you have your hand up? Okay. Seeing no other hands, thank you, Representative Phillips. Okay, FYI, we did have two other measures this morning. One of them is the prime sponsor asked it be recessed and rescheduled. So it leaves us with one more measure this morning after we finish here. I want to honor everyone's time who has sat here for so long and get to everyone. Representative McCarthy. Yes, the clerk already took your pink card, so we're ready to go. It says up to 10 minutes. So welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't need 10 minutes. A lot of what I was going to say has already been covered. So I just, or for the record, I'm Representative Nikki McCarter from Belmont, New Hampshire. I cover the towns of Belmont, Tilton, and Samberton in Belknap District 8. My intent today was to cover a Supreme Court fight that's going on now, Missouri v. Biden. I don't know if you've had some really downtime and want some real boring reading, but it wasn't boring to me. It's about 155 pages long. I didn't want to print that all out for each of you having a copy, but it's accessible online. Where I have determined the credibility of the CDC is total trash is if you read the documents in that court case. Their motives with the White House administration, the Surgeon General, and the FBI to censor free speech of Americans on social media and other platforms because it didn't comport to a narrative that the World Health Organization and the CDC were promulgating. That is automatically disqualifying. Anything else they say about anything should be looked at in a skeptical sense. Just because it doesn't fit their narrative. So that it should force anyone with a critical mind to question everything they say. Just that, this one case alone. And they're appealing decisions throughout the way. Why are they appealing court rulings that are finding them, yes, they've been in violation of censoring Americans' First Amendment right to free speech Why would government entities be appealing those decisions? It's because, as the TV people say, the walls are closing in. It's getting discovered that they are nothing more than taxpayer-funded marketing entities for big pharma. That is obviously my opinion, but I think that's pretty well founded just from reading this court situation online, which you can all find, Missouri v. Biden, but it's Missouri et al. Versus Biden et al. So I was going to go into a lot of detail about that until I was driving out of my driveway this morning. And I live next door to a nurse. She's 44 years old, works for the Concord Hospital System. Did everything she was directed to do as part of her employment through the Concord Hospital System, got all her vaccinations and her boosters. Again, she is 44 years old. In the last 18 months, she has now 3 different cancers that she has been battling and having surgeries on. I saw her this morning wheeling her garbage barrel out with a walker. She's also going blind. She's unable to drive. She's not allowed to file a VAERS report because she suspects that this is a vaccine injury. The CDC, she believes, has some sort of a hold over the administration in that hospital system, that they're not allowed to even explore whether or not this is vaccine injury related. She did what she was told to do per a CDC recommended procedure at her hospital group. She's 44 years old. My youngest stepdaughter, she's had her menstrual period for going on 2 years now. In about 6 weeks, it'll be 2 years. And that was after getting a CDC recommended vaccine at NHTI when she was going through their radiology program. She is 22 years old and she has had her period since she was 20. Her doctors also, through the Concord Hospital Group, will refuse to even investigate whether this is a vaccine-related injury and submit any kind of a record through the VAERS program. So, I really do think that it's on us as legislators to make our own medical judgments based on our in-house experts at DHHS. We don't need the CDC giving advice, guidance, recommendations. January 10th of this year, NHAID, whatever that organization is, Dr. Fauci works for, he was being investigated and deposed by Congress on January 10th, and in open court said that the 6-foot distancing just came out of nowhere. That wasn't based on science. We just invented it. We closed schools, we closed churches. We put stupid stickers on the floor in grocery stores to go this way, don't go this way. The CDC's credibility is trash, and all of these things document that. I'm not a scientist, I'm not a lawyer, I just can read. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. We have 4 more cards. Asking for 2 minutes, Melissa White. Is Melissa here? From Pembroke. I think she's been here before, but she's not here at this time. Okay, Deborah Johnson. Deborah is here. Welcome, Deborah, from Grantham, representing herself in support of the bill.
Hi there. First thing I want to say is that I have never in my life, which is pretty long, you can tell by my gray hair, been this concerned about losing our republic. This meeting that's coming up in May with WHO is a complete power grab. And that's after the power grab that they did during what I consider the pandemic. So a lot of things have been covered here, and I'm going to go through my notes and pick out what I haven't heard people say. One thing was you know, I wanted to respond to that nurse. I raised my hand. I realized you don't. What is, to the best of my knowledge, this vaccine is still under emergency use. It has not been approved or licensed by the FDA. And she said, well, I take a lot of vaccines. I want to know how many nurses have taken an experimental vaccine or have been pressured into taking an experimental vaccine before. It's one thing to take vaccines that are approved. It's a whole other thing to pressure people and force people out of their jobs if they won't take an experimental vaccine. That said, this experimental vaccine is turning out to be a horrible thing when the experts that they silenced, including the doctor that was here, which I watched. I'm not a doctor, but I also read. And I've been following this, and I can't tell you how many hours I've spent watching hearings and watching testimonies and reading books and finding out what's going on here. And this has been nothing but a power grab, and they intend to keep it going. I'm going to give you, and I will, if somebody gives me an email address or something to send this stuff to, I'm going to give you some of the things that I have been watching and testimony and consuming, so that you can consume it too, so that you can see what some of these experts are saying. I don't know if have you ever heard of Dr. McAuliffe? Have you ever heard of all the other doctors that have been silenced? But I can't tell you, it's hard to come up here and speak when you're as angry as I am and as afraid as I am for our country. So my voice is like this, but there's a man named Kary Mullis. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of him, but he invented the PCR test. Interestingly, he died, and he wasn't that old, in 2019. Those are always interesting things. But you can find testimony, you can find interviews online with him, and I'll be glad to look all this what I'm going to mention up and send it to all of you. He was interviewed, I don't know how many years ago it was, but quite a few years ago, about this PCR test, and he's the one that invented it, and he was the one that said if you use a PCR test to look for a virus, you will find it, whether it's there or not. Because the PCR test apparently just amplifies a piece of something. And like I said, I'm not a scientist or a doctor, but the way he explains it is there's so much stuff in the air. We have stuff that we're breathing in that are just pieces. They're not really going to make us sick, but they're there. And if you keep amplifying them, and that's why during the PCR testing, they talked about how many revolutions they did. So you need to look into some of this, and he explains it well. I'll send it to you. I'm not going to take all the time. Senator Ron Johnson, I think he had 2 hearings with some of the doctors that disagreed with the CDC. These are doctors that are world-renowned, peer-reviewed, all over the place. McAuliffe is one of the biggest. He's a world-renowned doctor, and he was silenced. So I will send you the links to the Senator Ron Johnson's like 3 or 4 or 5 hour hearings where guess who didn't show up? Dr. Fauci or anybody from the CDC or the FDA. None of them showed up. No Democrat showed up. No Democrat representative or anybody showed up for these hearings in the Senate. So, I mean, this has become such a political thing. That makes it even scarier. MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, had a hearing in Congress in December, and I'll send you that link, where these doctors came and explained what they were doing. There are people dying from the shot. We've got people young people dropping dead on the athletic fields, and that is from myocarditis. And from what I'm hearing is the reason it's young people and athletes that we're seeing drop dead is because the heart has been weakened, and when they're out there at their highest level of athleticism, that's when the heart can't take anymore, when it normally would if they hadn't taken this vaccine. And it has to do with the spike protein. I don't know if anybody's here heard of Event 201. Did you ever hear that? Event 201. That's on the Center for Disease Control's website, and I'll send you that link too. That was a tabletop exercise with people from all over the world, these experts from all over the world, and they were basically practicing for COVID-19. It happened in October. That event happened. Event 201 was done in It was done in October of 2019, just before all this. But they had it was like a practice session, and they had TV cameras and they had fake news reporters on all these TV cameras, and they did the whole thing about making sure that they squashed misinformation and all this stuff. It was all practice. I will send you that link too. All I'll need is whatever address you want this stuff sent to.
Okay, on the addresses, if you go to newhampshire.gov and find your way to the legislature, or our Christina, our researcher, can help you with that address, because you have mentioned that you do want to send some more. There's a link to the whole committee
I can
you
send
can
you
use.
so much stuff.
And if you can pick your biggest, best point, because I do want to get to, there's a couple more people who are waiting, so.
Okay, I'm just going to give you one more.
Sure.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he wrote a book called The Real Anthony Fauci. Has anybody read that? That is an incredible book, and that has a lot of background on the stuff that Fauci has been doing for all these years. It's the most referenced book I have ever read. There is reference to every single thing he says in there. It cannot be disputed. And let me just see if there's anything in here else that you asked why everybody was doing what the federal government or what the CDC said. Remember the incentive packages that went out. Don't forget about the money that went out. If the schools did not do what the CDC said, they weren't going to get all that extra money. So, and not just the schools, but everybody else that was getting money. So there was those federal incentives in there for those kinds of things. And the ventilator story, that's absolutely true too. But there are other people that want to speak. I will get that address and I will send you a lot of stuff. I'm not sure if you need to divide it up because it's hours and hours and hours of information. But does anybody have any questions?
Questions? Thank you so much for that strong testimony. Much appreciated. Thank you for your patience. I know that we've run long, but we want to give everybody,
I want to
everybody
give
some
everybody
time.
a chance too. So.
And Christina will help you with the address for the whole committee. And thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, we have two more here. Matthew Rhodes, looking for 3 minutes. Is Matthew here? There he is.
I guess she'll give it to you. Done. How y'all doing today? Whoops.
Good.
Oh,
Or the chair is doing good. I can't speak for the committee, but thanks for asking.
This is a very emotional issue, so it's easy to, for things to get uneasy. We're talking about something that nobody wants to talk about, and that's death and dying. And so, but the reaction of a society to crisis is what defines it. So, so I wanted to bring us back a little bit more to the point of Michael Granger's nullification bill. Michael is not saying that there will be at no time any advisement from any organization to make recommendations on how to deal with crises such as this. What he's simply saying in this bill is to not allow the World Health Organization or the CDC to participate in any part of the public life of New Hampshire. And that's what a nullification is. It's a divorce from these two groups. Now, it came up earlier that the CDC, whether or not they had authority over the states, and in fact they do. According to their website, they could actually commandeer the local police to enforce the mandates that are recommended by them. And of course, we know that maybe there's not a direct relationship between the CDC and the World Health Organization, but actual or implied authority is still just as strong. So we have that. So in this situation, and we look at why the state would make a decision about protecting the people from a virus or an unknown pathogen. I grew up in the time as a nursing student when AIDS was still a very, very unknown plague. They weren't sure about how it was being transmitted. Wasn't in 1981 they found the first death cases. 1983 they definitely knew that it was transmitted by blood, and it wasn't until 1987 when Lady Diana shook hands with an AIDS patient that they realized that you couldn't get it from touching each other. So in the presence of any crisis, extreme prejudice arises. And so the state is hopefully going to try to protect its citizens, at least from that metric or that situation as well. So that's what this does. Now, if the state was taking advice from an organization that was incompetent at least 3 times, they would say, yeah, well, this is not a good organization to work with. Let's find somebody else. So what I've done is I've brought to you a report from the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, which shows you step by step how incompetent the World Health Organization was, and made some points in my testimony that I didn't talk about right now about how incompetent the CDC was. So they were treating it like it was influenza, but it wasn't influenza. It was much worse, you know. So there were just things that they were doing that were not helpful to anybody. And so the question here is that, does the state of New Hampshire want to do business with an organization that failed in their measure, cost the taxpayers a ton of money, didn't really come up with the appropriate measures? I mean, at least with AIDS, like they came up with those toilet seat covers, you know? I mean, that was a good thing, but masks are, you know, probably not a great recommendation. They might stop some droplets, you know, but are they preventative? So the question we have to ask ourselves is, what can we do to prevent people from getting sick? And that's what we're really trying to get around. I mean, you're never going to stop everybody from making somebody sick. And I think that's what they were wrestling with. So their objectives weren't clear. So that's what this bill does. So, and I hope that you support it, at least to say, these groups are no good. The United Nations, World Health Organization, CDC, they're failures, and we are duty bound to protect the people of the state of New Hampshire from incompetency. That's all this bill is for you to step up and say, hey, let's protect the people in New Hampshire and give them better options when they can. And yeah, so, hi. Any questions?
Thank you for that questions. Sina, thank you for your patience. And speaking of patience, our final pink card, Gary York, was here early and is hung in there from Hopkinton, representing New Hampshire citizens. So, Gary, thank you for being our final testifier, and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. What I'd like to present to you is basically a hopefully short chronology of the events of the past 4 years in synoptic form. And I think it does involve very much entities like the WHO and the CDC, but other bedmates, the NIH, the FDA, WHO. I think someone mentioned a book about Dr. Fauci, and I would agree to read that. It's very well referenced. I consider that what happened is really following a playbook, probably engineered by Dr. Fauci. And the first thing to ignite the whole series of events back in whenever it started, I've lost track of time, was fear, the 4-letter word, the F word, the 4 letters, fear. And we all know how powerful truth is. I consider it the ultimate powerful entity. But if you want to make it hard to people to find the truth or derail the truth, you'll introduce that fear word. And it took a huge toll, especially when it was accelerated and propagated by the media 24/7. So we have to have fear, and then we have to have a poster boy for the whole playbook, and that was Dr. Fauci, with a fatherly figure from Brooklyn accent and so on like that. So that was the start of it. And his declaration as a self-anointed authority expert was that he declared that the only way out of this pandemic was through a vaccine. The only way. By saying so, he was in effect agreeing that if I believe that and I want to promote that, then I'm going to suppress any contrary evidence to that declaration. And so that was done by canceling, maligning, and even sanctioning experts in our country with any kind of anti-narrative information. Names that have been mentioned: Dr. Peter McCullough, Pierre Corey, Meryl Nass, who was sanctioned in Maine, lost her license, had to go before the board for prescribing ivermectin, even though ivermectin is recognized now, finally, too late, sorry, as a means for early intervention, which was never attempted during the initial approach to this outbreak. I'll call it a plandemic as well. Some people call it a scamdemic. There you go. Anyway, so by inhibiting or preventing this news of alternative therapies, that opened the door for the emergency use authorization. So that was part of the playbook, because normal vaccine development takes years and there's got to be safety development. But by giving it a label for emergency use authorization, you've sidestepped those requirements that would normally follow for a many months long production of a final vaccine. So you're limiting any kind of clinical trials, safety data, etc. So there was that was mentioned that it was going to take some time, but suddenly, well, we may have it sooner than later, and it might be only months now, and it came out pretty fast. Wow. I mean, makes you think that they may have thought about this vaccine already. You know, maybe they've already planned for this vaccine. And by the way, vaccine, most of us were referring to it as the jab, but conveniently, the definition of vaccine was altered by the CDC. We just had a hearing the other day that addressed the issue of the definition of vaccine. It was altered by the CDC to accommodate something that is a gene therapy product, mRNA vaccines. How convenient. So if we call it a vaccine, everyone knows that vaccines are good for you. Oh, this is what we assume. Not everybody, by the way. So that led to the rapid development and the deployment of all these doses to the population, including untested patients like pregnant women, children, etc. Didn't seem to matter to the CDC, because now when we talk about the things like the children's vaccine schedule, this was something that was recommended for the children's vaccine schedule, the COVID-19 shot, with no scientific basis at all by a subsidiary organization under the CDC called the ACIP, Advisory Committee of Immunization Practices, who voted, and tell me if you think this is suspect, 16-0 members voted to approve this for children. 16-0, no one had any thought that common sense tells you that children who get COVID don't get terribly sick, they don't die. Why are we recommending this? This is the power that the CDC has on other states, because other states rely on recommendations of the CDC wrongly in a case like this. And you think of the vaccine schedule. When my daughter, my youngest child, was born in 1992, she had 24 vaccines throughout her childhood. Today, there are 3 times that amount of vaccines given, including one that has just been added, this RSV monoclonal antibody, which is actually a monoclonal antibody as a therapy. It's not, but they've changed the definitions to include that in the vaccine schedule. This is, again, untested territory. Foreign protein injected into kids at birth, in this case. As the story went on, there was some opposition, but there was always an answer to the opposition. Phrases were invented like "believe the science." Remember, Dr. Fauci was the science. He declared that, the omnipotent Tony Fauci, "I am the science." terms like misinformation, which basically is another term for cancellation or invalidation. It's a convenient term. Phrases like pandemic of the unvaccinated. This was even spewed by POTUS at one of his fireside chats. He'd get real close to the mic. This is the pandemic of the unvaccinated. Untrue, untrue, untrue. The highest death rates across the world were in countries that had the highest vaccination rate. So throw that out the window. Safe and effective? No and no. Safe, well, that's covered by the VAERS system, which is a dinosaur of a data gathering system that is filled out by patients and or physicians or not, in the case of previous testimony, of adverse events, including death, which is not on the website for this, like death is a side effect, not included. Effective? No. This did not stop the spread of COVID vaccine in any manner. In fact, if people were vaccinated, they felt that they could now freely mingle with other people, and there you go with spreading the disease. I don't know if I said this or not, but when I mentioned the only way out of this is through a vaccine, it's not. In the middle of a pandemic, you do not vaccinate people. In the middle of a pandemic, you're not going to achieve herd immunity because, simply put, the vaccine is, or the virus in this case, or pathogen is exposed to insults, and the virus, as tiny as it is, figures out a way to mutate, to create variants. And that's what happens when you vaccinate within a pandemic. I lost my train of thought. Safe and effective is where I left off. But today, and this is on the NIH website, another bedmate, NIH, which Dr. Fauci belongs to in a subcategory. This is what it says on their website. NIH, as of January 2024, no biomedical intervention other than vaccines prevents disease after exposure to SARS-CoV-2. On a more local level, Concord Hospital, you go to their COVID-19 website. How can you help stop the spread of COVID-19? Question mark. Answer? Get vaccinated and boosted against COVID-19. No, wrong. Another phrase that was put out there, vaccine hesitancy. It's not vaccine hesitancy. This is vaccine resistance. We're not going to take this vaccine. These are just convenient words to use against us. Talked about lockdowns, social distancing, isolating, masking. We had an expert here at testimony, whenever it was, a couple of years ago. Environmental issues was his area of expertise, and he demonstrated that the masking had no effect on the spread of vaccine based on the particle size, et cetera. So that was pretty convincing evidence. I don't care if you wear a mask. Everyone's entitled to wear a mask. But as a resident of New Hampshire, I have the constitutional right to not wear a mask. This is my body. This is my bodily autonomy that I was born with.
I have to interrupt. We've talked a lot about masks today, so and you've had some wonderful, compelling testimony. But to wrap this up, we don't want to rewalk previous trod path. So to wrap this up,
let me give you some personal stories in my family. My son.
Give us your best story.
My best story. Okay. I gotta give you two stories, please. You've respected my patience, and I've waited to talk. And
Sure. Go
thank
ahead.
you. The mandate issue. My son worked in New Hampshire for a large social service organization that took money from the federal government, and by doing so, he was required to receive the jab. He didn't want the jab, which is his inherent right, but he lost his job because he wouldn't take the jab. This is a young man who specializes in family and child counseling, so he's back at it, but at his own business, slowly trying to make ends meet. My niece worked at Mass General Hospital. She did not get the vaccination, was against the vaccination. She was advised that if she left by her supervisor, if she left, she would be basically blackballed. She had to move with her husband and her young child to Montana. Her home is in Massachusetts, and now her family's been separated from the grandmother of the young child. Other family members in that same family moved to Utah. That's the disruption that this has caused. So I guess in summary is people assume that the CDC is this omnipotent, all-knowing Wizard of Oz, I guess. But in fact, it's just another bureaucracy with appointed officials, not unelected officials, and that includes all these departments, including the WHO, with huge funding by gazillionaires. So I'm just reminding everyone that New Hampshire citizens live in a state where we really put a lot of emphasis on sovereignty of our bodies and of our people. So I encourage you to support this legislation. We need to focus on New Hampshire, not from some mandate from on high. Thank you.
Thank you for that very strong, well-delivered testimony. I want to point out that this is recorded. It is on YouTube. It means it'll be out there forever, but I would encourage you to alert some of the folks that you know to find that, and then they can also listen in to what you just shared very well. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your patience and for your great testimony. And at this time, at 11:52, we will end that hearing. We have one more this morning. I have one pink card from the prime sponsor on 1485. It's House Bill HB 1485. Representative Belcher is warmed up. He's already spoken to us today. The eloquent Representative Belcher, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and committee. This one is going to go much easier. So this bill would establish a committee to study the totality of circumstances surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay.
Now, at the time this was entered, nothing else was going on. But as of right now, the Speaker of the House has appointed a special committee to investigate the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, I believe it's still important ultimately to broaden this and look at the whole picture, but I do not want to see a duplication of efforts that's going to waste time. So what I would ask you to do is, if you would, is please consider an interim study on this bill that the current committee can do its work and issue a report, and this can be examined again at a later time to expand on that report and investigate any other issues that might come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Belcher. The researcher just shared with me the legislative history on 1485, and there has been this type of issue has come up before, and it's been referred to Health and Human Services. So we're going to look at the legislative history on this subject. And thank you for your recommendation on interim study. Ultimately, that's something that the committee will decide. but the prime sponsors certainly have a great deal of sway.
Thank you.
Thank you for all that. Questions for the sponsor of 1485? Seeing none, thank you,
very
Representative
much.
Belcher. And that hearing went a little bit shorter than the previous one. I will end that hearing. So at this time, it is 11:54. We're scheduled for 1 o'clock. We have some guest speakers coming in maybe just before that. Can we get back by 12:45, or do you want a full hour? Say again, ranking member? So we will be having an exec session later. We have one hearing this afternoon plus 2 brief guest speakers. We will have a brief caucus after the hearing and before we go to exec. After the speakers and then the one hearing, then we'll have a brief caucus, then we will exec. So let's do, well, I make decisions. We'll start with the guest speakers at 1 p.m. Jason, Representative Gerhart. That's what it's scheduled for. And if everything went very fast, that's when we would start, would be 1:30. It depends upon how quickly the hearing goes. We have one hearing at 1. No, that is part of the execs. Yeah, that yeah, it'll be after 1:30. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yep. Okay, I already ended the previous hearing. I mentioned, but I need to do this formally, the prime sponsor for H.R. 31, urging support of the Dignity Through Prosperity Act, asked if, because he, the prime sponsor, wanted someone to be present at his presentation, he asked if we could come back to this next week, and I said certainly we could do that. So I will open 11:31. And I will recess it until 9:15 a week from today on 2/9/24. And so I'll close that. And we will see everyone at 1.
12:45.
Okay, the clerk room at 12:45. 45 minutes for lunch, we can do that. So we'll see everybody at 12:45 and our first guest speaker, 12:45.
And just so everybody knows, the 2 guest speakers are on the subject of veteran suicide. Representative Finney is not able to be with
2-minute warning, 2 minutes. One minute. Okay, at this time, it being 1300 hours, we will convene the hearing on HB 20, HR 22. Before we get to that, a couple quick housekeeping points. We have 8 subs today. I think that's a record, and some of them are coming in. We'll welcome them all when we start exec session. So we'll do this one bill, and then we'll take a short break. The red team will have a short caucus in the office, and then we'll come back and we will run through the exec schedule. There are 3 amendments. Representative McCarter has an amendment which Representative Carrie will introduce on HCR 9. So she passed those out. Everybody should have those. Representative Siebert has an amendment on HR 28, and those have been passed out. And Representative Filliot has an amendment that's printed out that will go, I think he still has that. Those will be passed out as well by exec session. So there are 3 amendments that should be at every place by the time we start exec. Okay, at this time, the prime sponsor is already in place. Didn't even need to call her up. Representative Bolden, the prime sponsor, welcome.
Hello. For the record, I'm Amanda Bolden. I represent Hillsborough District 25. I promise I do have bills this year that aren't about the 13th Amendment, but you guys got the good ones. So I passed out a few handouts. The 13th Amendment, a map that printed a little weird on the 4th floor, and an article from the Associated Press that also printed a little weird. So if you want to Google it, you can read it online. So I'm sure by now you're all familiar with the wording of the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. So this resolution, and I'm sure as members of this committee, I was on this committee for 3 terms. So as members of this committee, I'm sure you know by now that a House resolution is a strongly worded letter that goes to whoever it's intended for, and whether they read it or not, whether they do what we ask or not, is beyond our control. So this is more representative of the sentiment of New Hampshire, and in particular of the New Hampshire House. So there is a loophole in the 13th Amendment that allows for enslavement of humans within the United States if those humans are incarcerated. This interpretation isn't just mine. In the case of Ruffin v. Commonwealth in 1871, not long after the 13th Amendment was added to our Constitution, the Supreme Court declared that an inmate is a slave of the state. So due to this loophole, almost as soon as the 13th Amendment was ratified, states and municipalities began passing petty crime laws known as the Black Codes. These laws criminalized actions that were most likely to be committed by recently freed slaves, such as loitering and homelessness or vagrancy. Some of these laws prohibited former slaves from holding certain types of jobs, and other laws punished former slaves for being unemployed. Plantations accustomed to slave labor were suffering a labor shortage as a result of the 13th Amendment, so area prisons sold prisoner labor to those plantations on the cheap. The prisoners themselves received no money for their work, as returning to their former slave life was considered a fair punishment for the crime of loitering, vagrancy, unemployment, etc. The Black Codes have been expanding ever since, albeit under different terminology such as the war on drugs, mandatory minimum sentencing, and so forth. In the early 1900s, the Black Codes were used to justify over-incarceration and harassment of Italian Americans during a period of time in which Italians were widely hated in the United States. The exception in the 13th Amendment laid the essential groundwork for mass incarceration. In fact, the prison population in proportion to the total population has increased by more than 10 times since the ratification of the 13th Amendment. In other words, the prison population is growing more than 10 times faster than the population of the country. As an aside, from a nonpartisan perspective, support for this change to the 13th Amendment isn't partisan. In 2018, Kanye West met with former President Donald Trump asking for the same change that this resolution asks Congress to take up. Also, bipartisan efforts are underway in Congress to close the loophole, so we're simply encouraging them along what they're already working on. And it should be noted that New Hampshire was historically not very economically dependent upon slave labor. And as I recall, New Hampshire's only major influence on the slave trade was in importing, because, you know, the New Hampshire advantage, they weren't taxing the import of slaves. So if you wanted to bring slaves into the country, it's good to loop them through New Hampshire for a minute. But evidence of slavery existing within New Hampshire peters out in the early 1800s. So just as New Hampshire didn't have any privately held slaves for decades prior to the Civil War and was on the right side of history at the time, today we don't use publicly held slave labor in our prisons. With this resolution, we're calling on the federal government to close the book on slavery once and for all, so New Hampshire can be on the right side of history again. And if there's any question as to whether this practice occurs in New Hampshire, I did include a map that printed, like I said, a little weird. But the darker spots on the map, which kind of follow a certain line you may have learned about in history class, are the locations of prisons that have agricultural programs where the facility receives money from private businesses when the prisoners engage in agricultural work. And the lighter spots are where slave labor is not used. And philosophically, or like from a scholarly perspective, the difference between working in jail versus slavery is when you work in jail, you may be paid. You may be paid a very small amount. I think in New Hampshire, it's something along 75 cents a day, but you are paid. You may be required to work to the extent of restitution. Like if you've done some graffiti, you're going to need to clean that up. All of those are not considered slavery. You may have the option to participate while you're incarcerated in cleaning or cooking. That's not slavery. Slavery is you're required to work for the benefit of someone who can punish you if you don't work. You're working and providing benefit to someone who can punish you when you refuse to work. And there may be reasonable conditions in which someone would refuse to work. Maybe while they're incarcerated, a family member's passed and they're trying to mourn. Maybe they're sick, maybe they're in pain. And if they refuse to work, even given those probably reasonable circumstances, there are facilities in this country that will punish prisoners who refuse to work even with those reasons. And the AP article shows us the full extent of the realities of slave labor, where Americans are enslaved in this country and how it plays into our economy. It was a 2-year-long investigation by the AP, and they found that in these agricultural departments, south of a certain line, for the most part in this country, prisoners are producing things that end up at McDonald's, that end up at Walmart, that you've probably purchased and eaten in your home and in your life. And I feel like the map just really underscores the oral history of the contemporary intent of the 13th Amendment and the exception included in it. And more specifically, the article speaks to, in the first, let's see, I think it's on the first page, but yeah, they speak to the fact that there were plantations in the South that are now prisons. This isn't conspiracy theory. This is, we have plantations, now they're prisons, and the prisoners are working on them, on that same land, producing the same agricultural product that was produced in the 1800s. There are people today in America who are incarcerated for whatever reason, who are picking cotton and not being compensated for that labor. And a large portion of them are people of color. So I'm hoping that this committee will support a strongly worded letter to the federal government asking them to close this loophole so that we can, as we were in the 1800s, be on the right side of history on this issue, just as we're on the right side of that line that you all read about in history class. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Bolden. As you mentioned about the 13th Amendment, yesterday in the House session, we spent a lot of time talking about the 13th Amendment with anniversaries, which is some great history. My quick question has to do with something you did touch on, the prisoners who make the license plates that all of us use. Get paid, I don't know what it is, it's very small, as you mentioned. So the fact that they are paid, that means they cannot be considered slave labor. That's Is that fair to say?
I think that's something that a judge would have to decide. If there's any case law on that now, I'm not familiar. But I do know that it took me a minute yesterday. I'll speak to that in a second, but I feel like you're getting at something.
No, go ahead. You can speak to that.
After the debate yesterday and that sort of surprise amendment attempt on the CACR that you all unanimously passed with this committee, I went home, I rewatched the events of the day on that bill, and it finally occurred to me that that amendment wasn't about prison labor at all. That apparently at some point in American history, someone who had an unwanted pregnancy claimed that not being able to access an abortion was involuntary servitude. A court decision was made that that is not involuntary servitude. And the person who presented that amendment yesterday wanted that case law to follow our wording into our wording in the state constitution here. But I had tried to talk to the person who put in that amendment yesterday, and I didn't gain that clarification until I got home. But for what it's worth, all of this is indeed about prison labor, enslavement, and the state's rights, and that we have a responsibility to make sure that all of our ducks are in a row should anything ever happen to the union, and that we're standing by our values, our long-held values as a state and as part of this country, and it has nothing to do with abortion. Just by the by.
Other questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned about some of the southern prisons that have plantations. Are those prisoners forced to go out into the fields and work, or are they offered to go out and work for a reduced sentence?
It's the other way around. If they don't go out and work, they're any kind of like good times, like any good what do they call that? Like
Time served?
like time served, or it's like you get out earlier release for good behavior. Like that gets stricken, so it's a punishment for not going outside.
Working on the plantation is a component of being in prison. So in New Hampshire, you commit whatever crime, you lose your liberty, you're incarcerated, right? You read books, maybe you go back to school, you get your GED, you start studying law. In these other facilities, you are convicted of maybe the same type of crime, and you work the fields as part of your incarceration. So your refusal to work the fields is, in a sense, considered a refusal to experience your sentence. But the reason there are only purely economic and financial motives in forcing these prisoners to work these fields. It is not, there is no evidence whatsoever that forced labor has any relationship to restoring the person or rehabilitating them. And that's what's wild about this map. I didn't make this map. It's from the Associated Press, and it's based on a study from some other organization, and the AP just visualized it. But when we talk about the 1, 2, 3 in American history, 13th Amendment, black codes, petty crime laws, suddenly a whole lot of former slaves are now incarcerated, and then they're converting the prisons, the plantations into prisons. And so you can see with the darker spots are the areas where the prisoners are required to work and punished if they don't, as a component of their incarceration. And it lines up pretty well with the economic needs of certain areas of the country and their relationship to agricultural work.
Thank you.
Representative Lundgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So they're prisoners. They're there to be punished. As far as slave labor, I'm just trying to put myself into a prison cell. And if I had the opportunity to go out and pick apples, I think I'd be really happy to get the heck out of the prison cell. So the issue I'm having is, number one, they're there to be punished. And I just think this is a moot point. I don't think I don't consider it slavery. I consider what they're doing is a punishment serving behind time, and you have the opportunity to work in the iron factory at the prison, or you have the opportunity to go outside and do something. So if you're inside working the metal shop or something, so would you consider that slavery as well? I hope I came across all right. I did.
So, there's a lot to unpack there. I just need a sec. Going back to something I said earlier, I know you stepped out for a minute, so I don't know if this was like while you're in the hall, but the difference from a philosophical perspective, and I think in many places a legal perspective, between slavery and working is choice. And so I know that, and I think there's some lawmakers in the New Hampshire House that are formerly incarcerated, and they'll tell you that people who are incarcerated are generally anxious to work. They want something to do with their time. No one likes to sit around and be a lump except me. But so that's not the issue. It's not that they work. The issue is that they are punished when they decline work. And that is slavery. And more specifically, after the victory yesterday on the House floor with CACR 13 to move it into the Senate to hopefully make progress on adding that to our Constitution, I thought maybe I should write something, maybe an op-ed or something, kind of celebrating it being Black History Month. And in the process, decided to go back and the last time that I was here on that bill, I talked about my ancestry, my slave-owning ancestry. And I was looking at a very painfully long speech. It had been 10, 20 minutes in real time, made by my fifth great uncle, James Wood Bolden, in Congress. He was a congressman for Virginia. And he was saying, and this was 1830s, that the Black population, they used a different word back then that started with an N, was likely incapable of functioning if free. And they also did not consider it slavery. As you said that you don't consider it slavery, they also did not consider it slavery. They didn't have a moral problem with it because they fundamentally believed that Black people were not entirely human. And he made these remarks in a speech in Congress with no shame, no like, hear me out, guys, or anything, no prefacing it. He said it because he expected people in the room to agree with him. And they argued and believed in that time. And in his speech, he argued that if these folks were not held captive, that they wouldn't be able to live proper lives, and that they were better because of their enslavement. And he was speaking as a slaveholder in that time. So I think there is no denying, when you combine the American history of the 13th Amendment, the ensuing Black codes, the petty crime laws, the overrepresentation of a certain race of people in our prison system. And when you combine all of that with this map, knowing that a certain chunk of the country financially benefits from forcing prisoners to work against their will and punishing them when they don't, that this is slavery. And it was the intent of the loophole in the 13th Amendment to allow for slavery so long as these people that were not considered entirely human and were believed to be completely dysfunctional and incapable of living productive lives, so long as they were incarcerated. And then they set the bar for incarceration incredibly low. And that bar was, are you hanging out outside of a store? Did you spit on the sidewalk? Do you have nowhere to live? Do you not have a job? Guess who doesn't have a job and has nowhere to live? A recently freed slave. So the connection, I think, is very clear. And I do want to acknowledge the family trait of being long-winded.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, Representative Levitt, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair Moffett. I should have stayed in 20 like you, and I wouldn't have had to work so hard, but thank you. Quickly, was there anybody from the prison system authorities come to testify today and a follow up to no? And do you know what their position is on this? Because obviously they don't agree with it, or you wouldn't be trying to pass this bill.
This is a House resolution. A House resolution is a strongly worded letter to whoever the identified recipient is. That's all that it is. So last term, when we had a House resolution in this committee asking Netflix to pull down a particular TV show proposed by the illustrious Max Abramson of Seabrook, that was passed by this committee, and I presumably Netflix received a letter asking them to take down that movie, and I don't think that they did. Netflix didn't come testify. I don't know if anyone did other than the sponsor, but so similarly with this House resolution, it's a strongly worded letter calling on Congress to do something, and it doesn't require anything. It doesn't affect our prison system. It affects the areas covered by the 13th Amendment, which are identified on this map that you have in front of you. And you can see that New Hampshire is not included. The light colored spots are the areas where I had to mess with the coloring to get it to print right on a black and white printer because they were green and purple in the article. But the light colored areas are areas where prisoners work, but they are compensated or they're not punished when they decline to work. And the dark colored areas are where enslavement occurs in our facilities. And this is just with regard to agriculture. There may be other products that deserve their own map. So to be clear, I would imagine that the DOC isn't here today because this doesn't affect them. And that's why they don't have a perspective. It doesn't affect them because they don't engage in this. And it doesn't affect them because it's a resolution. It's just a letter. It doesn't change any law.
Thank you for that. And that's well put. The distinction between a resolution and a HB is significant. And DOC, as we mentioned yesterday at the House session, is already weighed in on this. Okay, Representative Gagné.
Thank you. So to boil it down to its simplest thing, which is the only, I understand simple things. This does not prevent incarceration. What it would prevent is forced labor.
It's a resolution. It doesn't prevent anything. It's just a letter. But if DC were to remove the loophole language in the 13th Amendment, which would be a long process and may be outside of the length of any of our lives in this room, it would prevent enslavement in carceral systems. It would not prevent incarceration in any capacity.
Thank you, Representative Bolden. Seeing no other hands, we'll move on. Speaking of good behavior, Representative Mannion has asked for 1 minute.
Thank you. I knew that the Prime was going to do such a great job in doing the background. And that AP News article, I suggest everybody read. It came out, I think, earlier this week. My girlfriend actually sent it to me because she knows that I rant about this exclusion in the 13th Amendment a lot. And I'm happy to know that she listens to me. My big, from the libertarian perspective, that carve out is basically an incentive for governments, including the federal, to just continue making laws that can persecute either politically, racially, whatever it is, and they can target specific groups. And it could even be political dissidents of the government. For example, like Edward Snowden is, to a lot of us, a hero. If that man came back, I'm sure he would be doing hard time, hard labor. And the same with Chelsea Manning. She was in prison and she exposed war crimes committed by the United States. And this is just touching like small instances of political prisoners. And that's why I've always had a problem with this exclusionary phase, because not only has this been used historically for racial reasons, but we're moving into a phase where sometimes I fear that it could be used for political reasons.
Questions for the co-sponsor? Seeing none, we have one more pink card, and that is from Ophelia. I believe it's Barrett or Barnett from Barnett. Thank you for being here, and welcome.
So the Prime sponsor did a very good job explaining the bill and what it's about. So I'm going to try to skim through this as quick as I can. Okay. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, for taking my testimony today. My name is Ophelia Burnett, and I am the Healing Justice Program Associate for the American Friends Service Committee, and I am here to urge the committee to vote all to pass on Bill H.R. 22. The 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution reads in part, quotes, neither slavery or involuntary servitude, except as a punishment of a crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States. When people hear end slavery in New Hampshire or in the United States, they say, we don't have slavery. We haven't had slavery since 1865. My partners at Abolish Slavery National Network did a poll with Worth Rises back in 2021 on the federal level, and we discovered that about 80% of the U.S. population has no idea about the exception clause in the 13th Amendment, specifically allowing slavery and involuntary servitude as a punishment of a crime. And people are also unaware of the missing link that still exists to this day, which is convict leasing. Convict leasing was before 1865, which by a lot of historians say was worse than slavery, but it was all put in full effect after the ratification of the 13th Amendment in 1865. During the Reconstruction period, they criminalized Black lives and started using Black codes, as Amanda was suggesting, and different mechanisms like loitering to continue to incarcerate Black people and force them to work in mines, railroads, and in some instances, forcing them to work in the same plantations that they were just slaves at. All of this was legal because of the exception clause in the 13th Amendment. So effectively took the power to own individuals from the individuals themselves, and instead of having your normal slave owners, you now have the state that became the slave owner, and they will lease those individuals out to various companies and organizations. This allegedly went on until about 1928. I say allegedly because convict leasing hasn't ended, just like slavery hasn't ended. After a cave in Alabama in 1928, 128 people, all Black children, men, women, were killed. The globe was so upset what America was doing that they demanded that all of this has to end. So America decided to end it. But my partners at ASNN had a report came out a couple days ago from the Assorted Press that specifically in Louisiana and Alabama, they're literally leasing out individuals. And I say individuals because I don't like to say inmates or convicts because they are still people. So they are leasing out individuals to private companies where they service goods are sold on the open market. So the idea that slavery has not ended has been so hard for people to grasp or fathom because for so long it's been something we all have been taught that it has ended 159 years ago to the day. But if you take a look at all the people we have in prisons, you see that statement is far from true. We now have a new phenomenon in the United States. Before it was based on labor. If you were locked up and enslaved, it was about how much labor you performed, but now we have this thing called warehousing bodies for profit and control, where prisons are being built just to be filled. It doesn't matter if you work or not, as long as they have possession of your body, they get an X amount of dollars. For that, it's a revenue generator. Let's take Rikers Island, one of the worst jails in the country, and I know because I've been there before. They are making $56,000 to incarcerate one person, and in New Jersey, for kids under 18 years old, they are making $620,000 a year. It's not a cost. At this point, it's an incentive. That's why we are still being criminalized, hunted down, captured, and put in these cages. Then to make matters even worse, these private prisons are often sold on the international open market in the form of prison stocks and jail bonds, which is a literal and technically a slave trade. So I am just going to leave it at that here for now, because I can go on for hours on this subject. But with all that being said, I ask for you, Chairman and members of the committee, to finish what Lincoln has started, and let's end slavery in its entirety by urging Congress to remove the exception from the 13th Amendment to the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Ophelia. I do want to say that between CACR 13 yesterday and this resolution today, a lot of history has been learned and is being learned, and that I think is wonderful. Questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony, for being here.
Yes, no problem.
That is the last pink card that I have. So at this time, I will call an end to the hearing on that measure, that being HR 22. Now, a couple of things, housekeeping. We were going to have a little presentation at lunchtime, at the end of lunchtime. We needed to reschedule that because it was explained that we needed to publicize that on the calendar. So what we're going to do with the folks who are going to speak to us on veteran suicide, we have a final session, or not a final session, but we have a new scheduled session on Monday, the 12th, to take up one Senate bill at 1 o'clock. So they've agreed to come back, and we'll schedule them properly in the calendar. So they will be back on Monday, the 12th at 1 o'clock before we do the one bill and exec that one Senate bill. So at this time, before we're going to take about 5 minutes to caucus. The folks on the red team, will, like we did last time, we'll just go into the office briefly. Probably about 5 minutes. Madam Ranking Member, you can huddle here if you need to huddle, or you can go across the hall. You have at least 5 minutes. And I also want to recognize we have some folks here who are just observing. Representative Gerhardt is here. And when we come back, the first measure that we're going to exec will be the 1041, the measure that deals with the Liberty, USS Liberty incident or episode attack from 1967. We've already had a hearing on that, and we're not going to reopen the hearing. We can't. But I do want to acknowledge the folks who've traveled here and that's why we're going to exec that measure first. Representative Gerhardt, when we come back, I'll give you 2 minutes, if you like, just to introduce the folks, the survivor, I guess, or survivors who are here. So 2 survivors, I think. So we'll give you a couple of minutes to do that. When we come back, and it'll be at least 5 minutes. So we'll see everybody back here in about 5 minutes. We're waiting on one or two folks. Okay, at this time, I will call to order this executive session for state federal relations and veterans affairs. Probably have a record number of subs today. I want to welcome them. Representative Colcom, who just came in, sitting in for Representative Piemonte. Representative Melvin is here, I think. There he is, and he is sitting in for Representative Harley. Representative Connor, welcome, is here for Representative Finney. Representative Boyd, Vietnam veteran, is here in Veterans Committee, sitting in for Representative Katsioukaris. Representative Connie Lang is here for Representative O'Neill. Representative Mangiapodi is here for Representative Boris, both from Nashua, is that correct? And Representative Gallagher, I believe from Concord, is here for Representative Toll, and Representative Rung is here for Representative Shurtleff, who is, I think, at a funeral or something like that today. So we will get right to it. Before we do, I want to take a couple minutes, and the first measure we're going to do is HB 1041. We had a hearing on this. We had an exec session on this already. We've spent a lot of time on some history from 1967. A lot of folks from the two sessions we've spent on this have been able to watch this on YouTube. I was 12 years old when this happened. I remember it. Not everybody's that old. The rules don't allow us to take any more testimony. We cannot do that. This is an executive session, but because I wield the gavel, I am going to make a decision and give, out of respect to a survivor or two who are here, I will give 2 minutes to Representative Gerhardt, who is the prime sponsor. So before we start the exec session, Representative Gerhardt, if you want to take 2 minutes and just recognize some survivors who are here to witness our session today.
Thank you, Chairman, and members of the committee. I want to extend deep gratitude to Bill LeMay and Tom Mullen, who's here with his wife, Mickey. They traveled from Florida and Maine, respectively. They came to support this investigation into the attack on their ship and their shipmates a number of years ago, but still very personal to them. I was able to have dinner with Mr. Mullen and his wife last night, and it's unfortunate that they're not able to testify today, because I think it's important to realize that just because something happened many decades ago, it's not something that you deal with every single day. It's very personal for them, and I'm going to do my best to try to convey the importance of this to you today, and to just address a couple different documents that were not fully understood, I believe, at the initial...
Representative, we only have a couple minutes, and I don't want to get into documents. I just wanted to give you a minute or two to recognize these survivors by name, and then we need to begin the exec process.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say then that the Court of Inquiry was the only United States government investigation into the attack. This is proven in a 2005 letter to a congressman, and that in 2013, the VFW passed a resolution for investigation, and in 2017 the American Legion passed a resolution for an investigation into this attack. So major organizations support this, I support this, and I want to thank the gentleman for making the trip today, and I encourage you to weigh your decision and to get this done. This needs to get done. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And as I said earlier, this process has definitely raised awareness to a lot of people. Hundreds of people have watched the two sessions, the hearing and the first executive session where we discussed the 1967 attack. So if nothing else, whatever ultimately plays out, please know that many people in New Hampshire and beyond have learned, or if they didn't know, they were reminded of what happened in 1967. All that said, let's get to it. And so on HB 1041, Representative Mannion, you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to motion interim study.
We have a second.
Second.
Second from Representative Gagdy. Would you speak to your motion, Representative Mannion?
Absolutely. So we had a failed OTP motion, and there was like a lot of discussion about like consequences of the thing and how it would look, like the optics of the bill and all that. But I don't feel that this like we can make modifications to the problems that they had with the bill with the study committee. We can look into it. We can address all the concerns, and we can make sure we can all come together around this for these men. I feel like they were betrayed by the federal government by not having a very good investigation into this like catastrophe, and it's just kind of been forgotten about at the federal level. So we need to do something about this at the state level, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mannion. Representative Gagdy, you seconded it. Do you have any words?
Yes, I do. And I'm going to try not to be emotional. Tough. I was a sailor too, and I sailed those waters where you guys were hit a year before that. I was on the USS Noah DD-841. Why I second this, I don't want this thing to die. I want those people out there who are listening to this, maybe the congressional delegation, maybe some of their staffers or their aides will be listening to this and dig into this and don't let this die, because whatever we do here, unless they get involved, nothing will happen. No, this ship, unarmed, an intelligence gathering ship, where was the escorts? Why were they sent there? And when it went up to the chain of command, who ordered it? SecNav, Secretary of Defense, or did it go higher? And why were they basically abandoned? And why were they were prevented from what I read from this testimony to take it out from the Admiral's door and not speak about it? So I want to get to the bottom of this if it's at all possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Does anyone else have anything they would like to add? Or Representative Rollins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want you guys both to know today, and everybody that's listening, that this whole committee has a lot of compassion for what you guys went through. We're going to try to find the right path forward to get this to go through and to see if we can get you some justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, if you would run the roll call on the motion of interim study on HB 1041.
Okay. Roll call. Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Livet.
Aye.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Colum. Colcom.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Massmilla.
Yes.
Representative Manjaputi.
Yes.
Representative Carey. Yes. Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Yes.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Siebert.
Yes.
Representative Filio.
Yes.
That is the chair,
Chair votes yes.
and that would be 20.
So we have 20-0 with no objection. We will recommend that for the consent calendar. And the last comment I will make on this is, in case anyone doesn't understand, interim study means that we will continue to work with this. A committee will be assigned. We don't know who will be on it yet. We will figure that out. And the committee will take this up again and try to look at the language of the original measure and see what recommendations they might make for rewording, approaching it differently to keep this this history addressed in a way that it deserves to be. Okay, next up is HR 28. That has to do with the Merrimack PFAS situation. I'm looking for a motion from perhaps Representative Siebert.
Yes, we have an amendment to present. We presented it to you. It just has the changes that were suggested, specifically about at no cost to the taxpayers of the state of New Hampshire.
So you have a motion and on the amendment, which I believe has been passed out. Would that be Amendment 0242H?
Yes, yes.
So you have a motion to amend with that 0242H amendment. Do I have a second? Representative Lundgren seconds Representative Siebert's amending motion. Representative Siebert, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yeah, just as I said before, this is a really important issue. I think when we were all here, if you weren't aware, or even if you were, it really enlightened us more to this particular issue. And PFAS doesn't really choose you by political party, of course, who it affects. And, you know, so it actually is a real issue that's been uncovered. They knowingly and negligently and in a premeditative way have caused a lot of long-term damage, harm, and death to a lot of people of the state of New Hampshire. They need to pay for the remediation costs and pay that in full. So this is a good message to send.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lundgren?
Yes, sir. I second what she said. But it also affects not only Merrimack, but the surrounding communities, Londonderry, Bedford, probably Hudson. And this definitely needs to be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else have anything to add? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, let us run the roll on the motion on the amending motion, the amendment 0242H to HR 28. This is on the amendment.
Okay. Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Colcomb.
Yes.
Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Masmilla.
Yes.
Representative Manchpudi.
Yes.
Representative Carey, yes. Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Oui. Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Siebert.
Yes.
Representative Filio.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Okay, that's 20-0.
So the amendment passes 20-0. Now I am looking for a motion on the amended resolution. Representative Siebert again.
I motion to ought to pass with the amendments.
Motion is OTPA on HR 28 with amendment 0242H. And a second.
Second, please.
Again, Representative Lundgren with a second. Anything to add to your earlier comments, Representative?
No.
Representative Lundgren, anything to add to your earlier comments?
thank
Anyone else on this measure? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, let's run the roll call on the OTPA motion on HR 28.
Okay. Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Aye.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Colcomb.
Yes.
Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Masmilla.
Yes.
Representative Manchpudi.
Yes.
Representative Carey, yes. Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Bonjour. Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Siebert.
Yes.
Representative Filio.
Yes.
And the chair.
Oui, madame.
Oui. That's 20-0.
Okay, merci beaucoup. It passes 20-0. OTPA on HR 28. That brings us to HR 24, moving right along. That's the resolution that dealt with child labor. One of our subs actually is was the prime sponsor, Representative Gallagher. Would you like to make a motion on it?
Sure. I would like to move ought to pass on the HR 24.
Okay, the motion on HR 24 is OTP, ought to pass. Do we have a second? Okay, thank you, Christina, our protocol officer, so to speak. I erred in offering, sorry, Representative Gallagher, the motion needs to come from a sitting member. So hopefully we're not dead in the water. Hopefully we can find someone else who can make that OTP motion.
No, yeah.
I see. Representative Filliot is a sitting member of this committee, and your motion is?
Move ought to pass on HR 24.
So the motion is OTP from Representative Filliot on HR 24. Still looking for a second.
I'll second that.
Representative Massimilla, who is a sitting member and a ranking member, makes seconds the motion. Representative Filliot, would you care to speak to your motion?
This is an important amendment that has already started to receive support both throughout the states as well as over time that would bar a reprehensible practice from continuing in the United States.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Massimilla?
I'll second what he said.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing no hands, Madam Chair, we'll again go to the roll call on HR 24. The motion is ought to pass.
Okay. Ought to pass. Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Aye.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Colcom. I'm going to garble it.
Yes.
Colcom.
Colcom. Pretend there's an H in front of it.
Yes, that works. I can do that. And Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Masmilla.
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
Representative Carey. Yes. Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
We mind that.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Siebert.
Yes.
Representative Filio.
Yes.
And the chair.
Chair votes yes.
That's 20-0.
20-0, and that, along with the first two measures, without objection, will also be recommended for the consent calendar. Okay, again, moving expeditiously to HCR 8. That's with regard to the supporting the Article 5 convention. Representative Mannion, you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to motion OTP.
Motion is OTP on HCR 8. Do we have a second?
Second.
Representative Gagny seconds that. Representative Mannion, would you care to speak to your motion?
Yeah, so the Article 5 system is in the Constitution is another way for the states themselves to propose amendments to the Constitution. We know that Congress has until now proposed every single amendment we know to date. I think it's time for the states to take back some of that power ourselves to make sure that we keep the federal government in check.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gagny, any words?
I'm trying to find it, but no, I do not have any more.
While Representative Gagny is looking through his paperwork, I do have a few comments of my own that I'll offer. And Representative Filliot, you had a hand as well? Okay, let me go through my notes and I'll go right to you. 2 terms ago, this committee opposed the Article 5 concept almost unanimously. It just did not have any legs at that time. It comes up regularly. However, last term, we spent a lot of time on this. We had a lot of testimony on this, and several of us, given the new information, the new testimony, the time we spent on it, several of us decided that we were no longer as concerned with mostly the biggest thing was the so-called runaway convention issue. And to my satisfaction, and to others as well, the notion of a possible runaway convention was our fears were alleviated. And in a bipartisan fashion, this committee last year supported the Article 5 concept. So some think that the 1787 Constitutional Convention was which created our wondrous Constitution. Was that a runaway convention? Some make that case. Did it work out? I think so. I think it's maybe one of the most wondrous documents that ever occurred, and that came from that Constitutional Convention. And so at that Constitutional Convention, the founders created the Article 5 provision. The founders put this in our Constitution as a viable method to address possible needs to amend the Constitution. This is from the founders. It's called Article 5 because it's in the Constitution. Several amendments to the Constitution that came about the traditional way probably came about due to the energy created by people looking to do an Article 5 movement, and subsequently to preempt an Article 5 movement, an amendment that deserved to be passed became part of the Constitution. And then the last thing I want to say is New Hampshire has had several constitutional conventions of our own here in New Hampshire. We've had at least 5, maybe more. I think the last one was in the 1970s. So the notion of a constitutional convention as a means to review and possibly amend the Constitution happens on the state level. It's happened on our level. In 1933, it provided the energy for the repeal of prohibition, which was the 18th Amendment. So I am okay with HCR 8, and I support the notion of an Article 5 convention. So that is me. And Representative Filliard has some things to say. Representative?
Really, would I ever admit to this, but my thinking may have evolved on this issue. And of course, that may mean that perhaps before I was maybe wrong, but that never happened. So I'm just becoming more perfect in my thinking on this issue. My concerns before were perhaps about those of a runaway convention or the unknowns on the issue. But in the end, this was something that was left to us by our founders because the founders trusted us to have the wisdom to amend our Constitution as was needed. Ultimately, we will get the government we deserve. So if we have the possible runaway convention, that's the government we deserve. Ultimately, we as the people have to trust us as the people to give us ourselves our government. So if we don't trust a runaway convention, if we don't trust our delegates, we ultimately need to trust the democratic process as we have for the last 250 years. We will get the government we deserve.
Thank you, Representative Filliard. Representative Gallagher, our tradition is to allow anyone to speak here, including subs. So what have you got?
So the comments so far have mostly been just about the idea of an Article 5 convention in general, but I'd like to point out the specific nature of this one, which is relative to elections and specifically campaign finance reform. And I think the fact that this is for campaign finance reform specifically is a pretty important fact because we have seen we have seen campaign spending get out of control recently. And I mean, this is something that members of both parties have agreed on. We had the Granny D birthday celebration in the State House cafeteria the other week. And yeah, she was there campaigning for the McCain-Feingold campaign finance reform, which unfortunately which was bipartisan, but has unfortunately been largely overturned by Supreme Court decisions. And yeah, one of the speakers there, Jim Rubins, was a Republican, and then another, Matt Gregg, was a Democrat. So that's, yeah, members of both parties supporting campaign finance reform. So I think that shows that this is a topic that there's widespread agreement on, and therefore is something we should have a constitutional convention about.
Thank you, Representative. You mentioned Jim Rubens, former state senator, who's been an activist in this area, somebody I respect very much, and his words, I will admit, also have influenced me. Anyone else on this? Representative Connie Lane, yes.
Thank you for letting me ask a question. It follows up with Representative Gallagher's. I was trying to figure out what the exact purpose of this is, because it says it will restore free and fair elections. Then it says as described herein. So is it really, because free and fair elections, I'm on the election law committee. So we hear a lot of bills about free and fair elections. And I'm just trying to make sure that it's only about, is it only about the citizens, case, or is it about all free and fair elections? Everything about free and fair elections.
Thank you, Representative. The resolution on the page 1, it says applying to Congress for a limited national convention for the exclusive purpose of proposing an amendment to the United States Constitution relative to elections. And then the rest of the verbiage amplifies and explains that. There's a need for a specific, as Representative Gallagher pointed out, you don't just ask for a convention, you need to have a specific. So in this case, in this measure, this resolution, they made the case, be it resolved that the people of New Hampshire, speaking through its legislature pursuant to Article 5, hereby apply to the United States Congress to call a convention for the exclusive purpose of proposing an amendment to the Constitution that will restore free and fair elections as described herein. So without going through and rereading and redebating all the verbiage in this, the intent, I think, to me is clear that to have this brought up at the convention, the ultimate wording of improving our election policies would, were this ever to get to a convention, would be something that would be wrung out at the convention. But the purpose, as I understand it, is to have the election issue a specific issue that would come to an Article 5 convention. Other comments? Representative Lloyd?
So didn't we also hear some testimony that said something about potential to have, excuse me, even though that this is coming up as a very limited bill, that there could be some combination that happens when if an Article 5 convention was called?
Yes, as I kind of touched on a little bit in responding to Representative Lane, the exact wording of anything that's discussed or voted on at such a convention, if it ever happened, would be the product of the work at the convention. So yes, I agree. My understanding is that the ultimate wording on any issue, in this case an election issue, would be something that would be wrung out as part of the discussion process at the Article 5 convention. Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I used to serve on this committee for 2 terms way back in my past life. But understanding the Article 5 convention, and where are the guardrails to make sure that it stays within the defined parameters of the convention, and that is one of the fears of runaway if there are no specific guardrails.
Sure. And I know you were on the committee. With regard to guardrails, the folks, the so-called permanent members of the Security Council, I mean the permanent members of this committee, in terms of guardrails, we received, I want to say tons, I don't know if that's the right word, lots and lots and lots of testimony reassuring us that, to use your term, guardrails are in place. I won't go back into all that now. We received so much testimony from so many people in so many ways, reassuring us that all manner of guardrails are in place to prevent the runaway convention, which is why we ended up being convinced to support it. Representative Fillion, and then Representative Gagnon.
To address that question, the best answer that I've heard about the guardrail for a runaway convention is that ultimately whatever comes out of the convention still needs to be ratified by 3/4 of states. And if something is ratified by 3/4 of states, it probably deserves to be ratified anyhow.
Thank you. That's an important point that was in my notes to mention. I think a lot of folks don't understand. I think if there's an Article 5 convention, the convention will make, by itself, would make a new constitution. And the reality, thank you for pointing that out, is any proposed amendments from such a convention would still need to be ratified by 3/4 of the states. Representative Gagne, and then Representative Mannion.
Yeah, I'm thinking from all this testimony that we heard of a long length of time, that what's going to be discussed at this Article 5 convention has already been decided, and anyone who goes rogue and tries to change that around gets pulled. Am I correct?
Yeah, to that, we passed out of the Senate. There was a delegate instruction bill that says basically what you just said, that you, within the confines of what we sent you down there to do, you can't do the runaway convention. They're not allowed to.
And this committee also passed an HB. I believe that the representative from Newmarket and the representative from Pelham were part of that. So we've addressed that and passed that HB last year to address that concern. Other hands? Seeing none, the motion is OTP on HCR 8 with regard to supporting the election piece of an Article 5 convention. Madam Chair?
Yes. Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Aye.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Gagne.
Yes.
Representative Colcomb.
Yes.
Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Massmilla.
Yes.
Representative Mangiaputi.
No. No. I'm really torn. No.
Representative Carey, no. Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Siebert.
No.
Representative Filio.
Yes.
Okay, and the chair.
Chair votes yes.
Okay. 15-5. 15-5.
Vote is 15-5. This measure will not be on consent. And now we will move on to HCR 9. HCR 9 is, I don't want to say it's the opposite of HCR 8, but when we had the hearing on these two measures back to back, we had a very lengthy hearing on both of these. And the same folks, pretty much the same folks who testified for HCR 8 at the hearing, stayed around and testified against HCR 9 at the subsequent hearing. And conversely, when we had the hearings, the folks who were opposed to HCR 8 stuck around and supported HCR 9. So they're kind of contrary measures. So I'm looking for, and I understand there's an amendment that we have that everyone should have in front of them. Representative Carey, would you care to introduce the amendment?
Sure. This is an amendment to HCR 9. It's been passed out. Part of the discussion that was had when HCR 9 was presented was that the language was a little, with so many whereases, a little difficult to understand. So this has been reconfigured to make it a little more targeted. Do you have it? You don't have it? Oh dear. Okay. Well, I've got a couple more copies. Okay. I got it. You got it?
Yes, there was a copy of the amendment placed in front of every microphone. So there should, and we have one or two extras, but everyone should have an amendment for their review in front of them. It might be under some other amendment or paper.
Anybody else need one? Just has everybody found theirs?
So we would need a second to the amendment, and the amendment number for the record is 0433H, amendment to HCR 9, offered by Representative Carey. Do we have a second to the amendment motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second to the amending motion from Representative Lundgren. Representative Lundgren, would you, or Representative Carey's already spoken to her amendment. Do you care to speak to your second, or? Okay, I have a couple comments on this. Having looked at the amendment, as is so often the case, I think the amendment improves the original measure. When I was a rookie legislator, I was in one of my first exec sessions, and there was a sub actually who voted for an amendment, and then she later voted against the amended motion. And I, being new, I said, "Why did you vote for the amendment and not the amended?" She said, "Well, the amendment made the measure better, but not good enough for me to support the second time around." So I learned something that day. So what I'm saying here is not saying how I would vote on the amended motion. I would vote for the amendment because I do think it improves the language of the measure. That's me. Other thoughts? Seeing none, the motion on the floor from Representative Carey, seconded by Representative Lundgren, is to amend HCR 9 with Amendment 0433H. Would you, when you're ready, Madam Chair, would you call the roll on the amendment?
Writing in all our subs here.
She's writing the subs in. We have, this might be a record number of subs, but so far it's working so far. When you're ready, Madam.
All right, so this is for the amendment. Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Aye, aye, aye.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
No.
No? Mais non? Representative Cullum.
Yes.
Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Masmilla.
No.
Representative Manjaputi.
No.
Representative Carey, yes. Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
No, madam.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
And Representative Siebert.
No.
Representative Filio.
Yes.
And Representative Moffett.
Yes.
6. 14-6.
So the amendment passes 14-6. So the next motion will be, I'm anticipating an OTPA motion, Madam Clerk,
With the, to make a motion on
on OTPA.
A, yes.
And for the record, on the amendment, before we start the roll on the OTPA, what did you say the count was on that?
It was 14-6.
Okay, and the new motion is OTPA from, did you make that motion, Madam Chair? Madam Clerk.
I have not gotten there.
Okay, we're still waiting on a
On
motion.
the paperwork here. Okay, so OTPA, I'd pass with amendment.
Correct, that's the motion that we're awaiting.
Get another sheet of paper. And do I hear a second?
Okay, we have an OTPA motion. Do we have a second on that? With no Okay, Representative Lloyd seconds that. Madam Clerk, do you wish to speak to your motion?
The amended bill is much clearer than the original bill that was presented, which is to rescind a previously sent application. Yes, previously sent application back in 2012. Because quite frankly, it is unclear whether it is still valid or not valid.
Representative Lloyd, do you have anything?
Nothing additional to add.
Okay, I have one comment on this, or maybe two. I do think that the amended version, Representative McCarter worked to improve the language, which we adopted, so we're voting on an OTPA. My comment has to do with the notion of rescinding a previous measure, a previous resolution. Okay, this would rescind House concurrent resolution that was passed in 2012. I am not an attorney. That's something a lot of people say, but there were, to me and to many others, it's unclear if you can rescind. Some say you can, and some say you can't. As a concurrent example, some of you might be old enough to remember the proposed Equal Rights Amendment, which was proposed to the our federal Constitution in 1972, and it quickly got 10, 20, 30. They needed 38, and it got to 35. But then the more time passed, certain aspects of it were flagged. So several states sought in past resolutions rescinding their ratification of the ERA. And that was judged to be something you could not do. If a state approved the Equal Rights Amendment, they could not rescind their approval. So this is not exactly the same thing, but the concept that I'm struggling with in terms of rescission or rescinding is I don't know that it's clear that you can. And that's one thing. And then the second thing for me is I would not rescind it anyway. I support the resolution that this seeks to rescind. So those are my thoughts on this, and I will be voting against OTPA. Other thoughts? Representative Gallagher.
So I think it's important to consider this together with the previous one, since they're both on the topic of Article 5 conventions. So I think the subject matter matters here, since this one's about a balanced budget amendment and the other one's about campaign finance. I personally think we should only have one Article 5 convention application open at a time, and I think if we're going to have one, it would be better to have it be about campaign finance reform, as in the previous one, rather than the balanced budget amendment like the previous one was.
Okay, thank you, Representative. Other thoughts, Representative Mannion?
I prefer the shotgun approach and try to get as many things as possible.
Thank you, Representative. A quick comment from me on that. I agree with what you said. If you're going to have a convention and deploy all the resources to bring people together, if you can do a little bit more business, that makes some sense to me. Other thoughts or comments? Representative Lloyd.
So this is just a quick thought and comment about whether we can or not, I think will be decided after we kind of vote on this. But the primary sponsor of the original amendment or the original resolution wanted to rescind that, and I am inclined to fall in line with what the primary sponsor wanted to do.
Thank you, Representative. Anything else? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, the motion on your motion on the floor is OTPA on HR 19. I'm sorry, HR 9, the Article 5 convention. When you're ready, you can read the roll on OTPA.
Representative Rollins.
No.
Representative Lundgren.
No.
Representative Boyd.
No.
Representative Levitt.
No.
Representative Melvin.
No.
Representative Gagny.
No.
Representative Colcomb.
No.
Representative Connor.
No.
Representative Mannion.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Massmilla.
No.
Representative Manjaputi.
No.
Representative Carey, yes. Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
No, madam.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Siebert. Representative Filio.
No.
15, 5.
And the chair votes,
Yeah, oh,
the chair would have and will vote no.
no. You already said you were voting no.
Confirmation.
15 to 5, right?
Yes. So fails 15 to 5?
Correct. So now you have the unamended bill to vote on.
As you were, we amended the bill, and then your motion was to pass the amended
Bill,
bill,
which didn't.
which failed,
So we're
correct.
back to the
So
original
we're
bill.
back, well, we're back to an ITL motion. We're looking for an ITL motion on OTPA, on the amended. So I'm looking for a motion for ITL on the amended resolution, amended HCR.
Sorry, I move ITL.
Representative Mannion moves ITL on the OTPA, on the HCR is amended. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second is from Representative Gagny. Representative Mannion,
The Navy, he's Navy, go ahead.
do you want to speak to your motion to ITL?
I think we've covered it. I think we're good.
Okay, Representative Gagny, same. Anything else? Any more further discussion? The motion is ITL on the amended HCR 9. When you're ready, Madam Clerk, motion is to, and I'll be yes on ITL. That's me. When you're ready,
See, you
Madam.
can't, don't pre-vote like that. That gets me all confused.
I was. Excusez-moi. We have plenty of time. We have plenty of time, Madam Clerk. We want to do this correct.
I think I may be able to spell all these names by the end of the day.
If I can say Representative Manjaputi, you should be able to say Representative Colcom.
See, I am tongue-tied, and that letter combination is difficult for me.
I've never heard you tongue-tied in my life.
I truly am, yeah.
No, it's not. It's English. My maiden name is Dubois, so I'm Rocher Dubois.
Okay.
Rocher Dubois.
RCR 9 ITL and Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Yes on the ITL.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Colcomb.
Yes.
Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Massmilla.
Yes.
Representative Manjaputi.
Yes.
Representative Carey, no. Representative Gallagher.
No.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Siebert.
No.
Representative Filio.
This is it. No.
So, and the chair, you pre-voted, remember?
Confirming my yes vote to ITL.
All right, the 14 to 6.
So 14 to 6 for ITL on the ACR as amended.
And just who moved that and who seconded the?
Mannion and Gagny?
Mannion and Gagny.
Representative Mannion and Representative Gagny.
Take him to where he has to go. Turn him loose.
Now we're back.
Does Representative Gagny get to do the committee report too?
No.
Oh,
That's why we second.
So Representative Manning, yes, we'll be looking to you for the commit, by the way, will there be a minority report? Last call for a minority report on HCR 9, which passed, which is ITL 14-6.
I don't think I can do it, but.
You're not allowed to.
Right.
So if someone wants to do a minority report, okay, Representative Seibert, we'll do a minority report, and we're making a note of that, right, Mr. Vice Chair? And to back up to HCR 8, Representative Mannion will do the majority report. Will there be a minority report on HCR 8?
Yeah.
And Representative Seibert also, to keep things simple, and easy for us to get these reports in, which are so important. Okay, so HCR 8, we have the reports, we have the numbers, same with HCR 9. That brings us to HR 19.
Did we vote on the original bill unamended?
We're all set. We're all set.
Yeah.
We amended,
yeah.
we amended,
We did the amendment. We did the ought to pass as amended.
which failed, and
Then we did the IPL,
Yeah, we voted on it 3 times, so
but we never voted on it.
we just voted ITL on OTP.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
so we're good?
No, we're good. We're good. So many papers.
That brings us to, we have 2 more measures. HR 19, with regard to the Jones Act, that is a measure that I had introduced, and I'm going to make a motion, of course, for OTP on HR 19. Do I have a second, hopefully?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Representative Rollins. So the motion by the chair is OTP on HR 19, seconded by the vice chair. I will speak to my motion briefly. We had a pretty good hearing on this, I think. We had a number of state reps who came in. Representative McGuire, Dan McGuire, Representative McGo from Merrimack, Representative Bernardi spoke at length, and they I thought, supported my remarks on why the Jones Act, we need to shine a light on it, and we need to have people look at, in Washington, look at the value of repealing it. That's the purpose of this House resolution, is to shine a light. And I think that the testimony I thought was very powerful. Representative Shurtleff asked a good question at the hearing, which I hadn't thought of. He had mentioned, food, the Jones Act having a negative impact on food to like Puerto Rico. Representative McGuire talked about Hawaii, and Representative Bernardi talked about, pipelines we need fuel, natural gas or oil, can't get the pipelines apparently that we would like through New York or Massachusetts or Vermont to get to New Hampshire. So whereas Representative Shurtleff mentioned food, which I think it was a great comment. I hadn't thought of that. My focus was on other things, particularly fuel. And we gave the example, and I know there were folks who flew in from Detroit to speak for the Jones Act. The fuel piece of it, I gave an example in testimony originally about fuel from Texas, Louisiana, not being able to come to New England because the boats that could have brought it to New England didn't pass the Jones Act requirements of being American-constructed vessels. Now, this fuel could go to Europe, which it did, and then there were boats in Holland, in that one example, that could bring it back to New England. So this is just one of many issues many of us have with the Jones Act. It's over a century old, and the purpose of this resolution is to recommend taking a look at it so that the fuel example I gave, that does not make fuel less expensive when it has to go from Texas to Europe before it comes to New England. So there are my thoughts on that. Those of you who are regular committee members will recollect all the testimony at the hearing. And Mr. Vice Chair, do you want to speak to your second?
That's okay. Mr. Chair, you did an excellent job, and there's nothing I can add that you didn't say.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Other Representative Mannion.
Yeah, I wholly support repealing of the Jones Act. It's kind of like crony protectionism for a very like a niche market. They want to say that we should keep the Jones Act because it allows us to keep manufacturing ships and all that, but the manufacturing is already decreasing. One of the funny things that Representative McGuire mentioned is like we can't even have like a cruise ship that travels down the east coast of the United States hitting ports because of the Jones Act. You have to hit a foreign port to come back to Miami. It's ridiculous.
Thank you, Representative. Other Representative Philippe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, I do respect those who support this provision. However, I cannot. And as pointed out at the previous hearing, Commerce heard this last year because there is no new idea under the sun. And as we heard it, as was pointed out in the hearing, we heard a testimony just related to the fuel industry and environmental protection provisions related to it. But as you begin to unravel it, everything is related. As you look at the environmental provisions, you start to look at jobs. And as you start to look at jobs, you look at matters related to national security. Calling for a repeal starts to involve us as a state in matters that are well beyond state expertise. For example, national security concerns. There's a lot to do with this act that we can't necessarily opine on. Not passing this resolution doesn't stop any individual from sending a very firmly worded letter to our delegation in Washington. But as a matter, first of all, of state power, we probably don't want to get involved in something that is this complex. And in fact, that was the opinion that ultimately came back to the Commerce Committee, was that the report that would be required to even opine on this would be so complex and so costly for the state. We don't want to go there because it is a complex act. Beyond that, even if I were to be voting on this today because magically I end up in Congress, God forbid, then I still would vote for it because I do believe that it protects American jobs. We can find data on both sides of the fence. It does lower energy costs, or at least keep energy costs the same, because we can find data on both sides of the fence. Sometimes when you look at an ink blot, you begin to see what it is that you want to see.
Thank you, Representative Philippe. Let me ask you, so when you were in Commerce and you heard a Jones Act type measure, that was not a resolution, that was a Senate bill, was it not?
It was a Senate bill that was looking to do a study committee related to the energy cost provisions related to to study the energy cost effects of the Jones Act.
Thank you, Representative. The fact that it passed the Senate, does that carry any weight with you?
Not much of what the Senate does really carries that much weight with me. However, because of the fact that it was calling for a study committee related to just the energy provisions, I mean, what was very narrow, and that was telling. Because ultimately, when you start to hone in that narrowly, is the telltale to me that something else broader is going on. And as soon as you go to that broader view, suddenly everything unrattled.
Sure, thank you. And I would point out, which I kind of think I just did, that the Senate measure was a bill on a study committee, and this is to be clear, is a resolution which does call for Congress to take a look and rethink the Jones Act. Other comments? Representative Carey.
I would just say, as this relates to New Hampshire, 1,200 New Hampshire jobs we're talking about. We're talking about American-made ships, American-made jobs. We're talking about a teeny tiny harbor in Portsmouth, which could not accommodate the enormous cargo ships that are foreign-made. So, you know, kind of we're using our own ports with our own people right now. And we did have some response from the individual when you talked about stuff having to go from Louisiana to Holland and then back. And he said he was unaware of that and he would check back on that. And he said a lot of it has to do with the cargo they're carrying and the size of the ship, and that size ship could not fit into Portsmouth Harbor and where we are now. So to me, it goes back to the whole concept of buy local, shop local. I'd rather protect our New Hampshire jobs, and they're great paying jobs. And I know there are 1,200 individuals in this state that benefit from this. So
Thank you, Representative. Other Representative Filliot.
I echo those thoughts that ultimately our job here is as New Hampshire representatives, and we have a job to protect New Hampshire jobs. We did hear testimony that it may increase energy costs by less than 1 cent. Is the value of protecting about 1,200 New Hampshire jobs worth about 1 cent? Yes, absolutely. It also likely increases or protects national security. What is the value of national security? It's intangible, but doesn't it protect New Hampshire? Yes, and our job is as New Hampshire state representatives.
Myself and then Representative Mannion, since you brought up national security, another piece of this, though, has to do with shipbuilding, and our shipbuilding industry has gone south, so to speak. We don't build ships anymore. Why don't we build ships? We talked about this at the hearing. The Jones Act, the protectionism of the Jones Act doesn't have competition. We talked about, or I talked about, why the auto industry, which does have foreign competition, is relatively thriving. They're better because of competition. The Jones Act hurts our shipbuilding industry. It also hurts, the infrastructure that builds ships, whether it's at Bath Iron Works or pick a shipyard. Our Navy, it's way more expensive than it should be to build a naval vessel. Why? Because of the Jones Act. So the Jones Act, I think, threatens national security in that it makes it expensive and harder to build naval vessels. That's a comment to the national security piece. Representative Mannion.
That 1 cent was specifically for gasoline. Even when we asked the individuals that came here, they seemed to not understand, or they didn't. I don't know if they were intentionally dodging, but the natural gas question was a big one, where most of our power is coming from natural gas, and that's where that pipeline from somewhere in the Appalachia up here would be beneficial that we can't get through New York and Massachusetts. So the 1 cent was specifically about gasoline. They couldn't really give us a data on the natural gas, which is obviously more expensive if we can't get through a pipeline.
well, and that they sent an email.
Thank you, Representative Mannion. Representative Carey, go ahead.
They sent an email, a response that I guess our gas comes in a liquefied form, and the size of the ships that would come here with that, it's way larger than what would fit in our harbor, and we don't have the facilities to store that liquefied gas.
The one thing I would say is like that could potentially be a chicken and egg thing. Like, why build the facilities if they can't get the big ships in the first place? So like if the Jones Act is preventing like infrastructure expansion for something like that, it could be a chicken and egg thing, in my opinion.
Representative Lloyd.
So I understand the concerns around building ships and that piece of our national security, and I can get behind you on that. But my question, I guess my biggest concern here is the testimony that was emailed to us at one point about this, that these ships also supply our ships that are at sea with our troops. And the chances of a foreign ship being able to go and approach our ships that are at sea are a huge concern to me. And I would support, looking into the shipbuilding aspect if it was somehow separated from the security piece of our ships that are currently at sea.
Sure, thank you for that. The Marine Corps actually has a maritime prepositioning plan where they have pre-staged ships and supplies around the world, and our own naval vessels, which are built in America, do already. We don't farm out or delegate out much in the way of moving military transport to civilian carriers. So, to your point, anything that's ammunition or important supplies would inherently be delivered by the Navy. There may be some situations where non-military type of supplies that would go to Diego Garcia, for example, might need to, the Jones Act might impact that. But I think it's fairly minimal. So to your point, which is a reasonable point, my response would be that our existing Navy would get this ammunition and the secret stuff where it needs to go. And I don't think the Jones Act would have much impact on, doing anything different from that. Other hands? Representative Gallagher.
Just a question. Can someone remind me what the current motion on the table is again?
Ought to pass.
Motion is ought to pass on HR 11, which is to recommend repealing the Jones Act.
19.
What did I say?
You say 11, 19.
HR 19, which is above, yes, HR 19, OTP motion. Other comments? Seeing no more hands, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, the motion is OTP on HR 19.
Okay. Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Aye.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Collum.
Yes.
Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Massmilla. I've heard so many great arguments for and against that I'm not sure where I'm at.
Can I tell you?
I have a volunteer. I think the argument about New Hampshire jobs is a good one, so I'm going to vote no. Okay. Representative Mangiaputi?
No.
Representative Carey? No. Representative Gallagher?
No.
Representative Judy?
No, madam.
Representative Lloyd?
No.
Representative Lane?
No.
Representative Siebert?
No.
Representative Filio?
No.
And the chair?
Chair votes yes.
Yep.
So the count is
10 to 10.
10 to 10. I will do the recommendation for OTP. Who would like to do the contrary? Representative Filio? Okay. So.
Mm-hmm.
Chairman, we have a guest.
Oh.
In order to determine without recommendation, we do have to
Okay.
go through the motions, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to our researcher. So protocol requires before we move on with the 10 to 10, we have to also have the motion was OTP, which did not pass. We need an ITL motion, which I think I know is going to come out, but we need to have somebody make a motion to ITL. Representative Filio has a motion to ITL. And do we have a second?
Move ITL on HR 19.
Not seeing any second. Well, do we have a second? Representative Massimilla seconds that. Okay, so the motion is, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, the motion is to ITL on HR 19.
So many pieces of paper. Take deep cleansing breaths for a moment while I write in all 8 names.
Little hand to hand.
Really, where's the party? Where's the party we were from?
80.
Representative Rung?
Thank you. I just want to say it as a substitute, though, I will be voting for the ITL because I think our number one priority should be to the people of New Hampshire and to these jobs which are well-paying. I just wanted to go on the record with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I'm almost there.
Representative Gallagher?
So just a procedural question. So, I mean, I know we're on ITL now, but I'm wondering if there might be room for if like we could have done interim study instead.
That would have been an option, of course. Anybody can make that motion. We have a motion on the floor now of ITL that we're about to vote on.
Ready? Okay, Representative Rollins.
No.
Representative Lundgren.
No.
Representative Boyd.
No.
Representative Levitt.
Nope.
Representative Melvin. Representative Gagny.
No.
Representative Holcomb. Holcomb. Oh my God.
Coco. No.
Okay. Representative Connor.
No.
Representative Mannion.
No.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Massmilla.
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
Representative Carey, yes. Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Siebert.
Yes.
Representative Filio.
Yes.
Well, Groundhog Day.
Yes, it is Groundhog Day.
And you-
Chair votes against ITL, no.
Okay, all right. 10 to 10.
10 to 10, and I will still do the one report, and Representative Filliot will do the other report. So there we go. All right, we have one more measure, and that's HCR 11. HCR 11 is a resolution, a House concurrent resolution, HCR 11, condemning medically unnecessary restrictions on medication abortion. So we're looking for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass.
Representative Siebert moves OTP ought to pass on HCR 11, and do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Representative Massimilla seconds. Representative Siebert, would you care to speak to your motion?
Yeah, just real quick, I just think this is really important, especially because it sends a message to providers across the state that they matter, that their word matters and their opinion matters when it comes to what we are legislating. And I think that's who we need to listen to. If Massmilla has anything.
I concur. I think the providers need to have a say as well. So thank you.
Okay, I have a couple comments, and then anyone else, of course, will spend as much time as anyone wants to speak to it. All I want to say is, I look at this resolution. I honestly, I'm sympathetic to certain types of medicines. The notion of an ectopic pregnancy, which all agree would need to be terminated. Even the church, the pro-life people, they don't even consider that to be an abortion, to terminate an unviable ectopic pregnancy. So to have medicine available for that, I'm very sympathetic to. If that was the narrower focus, I think that that's something I could certainly try to support if that was the sole focus. This is something that's very difficult for me or folks like myself to support. If you look at the whereases, there are many whereases that some are hard for folks on one side to endorse. So for that reason, and there are so many pieces to this, and I don't know that we need to get into, we can if anybody wants to, all the different arguments for or against abortion writ large, the major issues with so many offshoots to that. So because of all the whereas, because it is so much there that pieces of it, some of us cannot support. I cannot vote for this HCR or HCR 11. Other comments? Representative Lloyd.
I just wanted to speak to the way that the resolution was written. I believe that the wording is in here because our providers are needing it to be as written in order to have things processed through correctly and be heard correctly. So.
Thank you, Representative. Other comments? Representative Levitt.
I need to make everybody on the committee aware that this is an ongoing litigation in the Supreme Court, and that any action by this committee may end up to be of no value, to be mute.
Thank you, Representative. Other thoughts, comments, Representative Filliot?
Without going to the discussion about the points about abortion, since much of what has been said before, will be said again, and probably will be said again when this goes to the floor. This is a case that's before the Supreme Court, which is the value of the HCR. First, of course, as an HCR, this doesn't bind the body to anything. It's an expression of where we stand on this issue. The case that is before the Supreme Court should horrify any rational individual. It seeks to upend 20 years of established administrative law by undoing administrative fact-finding by the FDA. This has never happened before, where a federal district court has gone back and undone agency fact-finding 20 years after the fact. Were the Supreme Court to uphold this, this would undo what we know of administrative law in the United States. Let's set aside the live wire issue here. Were this to happen, what we think we know is the law in the United States, what we think is settled law, is undone. We don't know what the landscape of this country looks like. We don't know what the legal landscape of this country looks like if this case goes through. And that should horrify rational thinking people, because judges can go back and undo agency fact-finding. And most of the law in this country is done by those agencies, those three-letter organizations. So regardless of where you stand on this issue, and I would hope that you support individuals' right to choose, but of course, we're not going to go there. But I would hope that you would at least support this case, because what the law looks like if this case were to not go that way in the Supreme Court is unthinkable.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gallagher and then Representative Levitt.
So question for Representative Fio, if I may. So when you talk about undoing administrative law, so does that mean that this case, the case in question here, is the one that could potentially overturn the Chevron doctrine then? Or is that a different one?
That's a different one. This one would ask whether or not an agency finding of fact could be undone by a court. What has happened to this point is that when an agency does fact finding, we trust the agency to do the fact finding because they're the experts in what they do. Whatever it is, whatever field it is, the FDA, we trust that the FDA knows what they're doing in pharmaceuticals, and that a judge who is sitting on a bench doesn't know as much about pharmaceuticals as do the people who deal with pharmaceuticals every day. If this happens, then what we are saying is that a judge sitting on a bench now can overturn the findings of fact of the people who deal with those facts on a daily basis. Whether or not you like that, what we deal with as settled fact every day in our world, the law we deal with every day in our world, is based on the fact that we trust the people and the agencies who know the facts to keep those facts. It would be a brave new world that we would head into if judges can undo those agency fact findings. What we have here is an agency, the FDA, 20 years ago found this drug was safe and effective. Now suddenly one judge in a district court in Texas said this was not safe and effective based on whatever evidence was presented. That's dangerous, because this is a safe and effective drug. And how do we know that? Well, it's been used for 20 years, and the large majority of the evidence that's out there, virtually 100% of the evidence that's out there based on now clinical use in the real world, says it's safe and effective.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Levitt, you had your hand up.
Well, if you want to talk about facts, fact is that this is exactly why these issues get adjudicated in a court of law, not here at the New Hampshire State Fed and Veterans Committee.
Other hands? Other comments? Representative Lane.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak. I would be remiss as someone who has been fighting for medical abortions since I was about 18 years old. So I would just like to say that this is in line with what I have come to learn in New Hampshire since 1986, that we bipartisan support the right to a woman's choice, and that these are medical abortions that fall within the timeline, the 24-week timeline, and if we don't have them, it will severely restrict, and it's being done in a way that is, I think, as a representative mentioned, in a way that goes back to 20 years to ban a drug that has been found safe and has never really had any issues with it in those 20 years, and also is available for other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lane. I suspect that when we do, whoever does the committee reports, I suspect that these reports will be a little bit longer than some of the other ones that we've exec today, and that's important and that's good, because this obviously will go to the floor. And so I think that whoever does the reports, I trust will fully make the case for the two different perspectives on this. Other comments? Representative Lloyd?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a note, considering your what you had mentioned, or what Representative Levitt had mentioned. This is a resolution. It is, as we heard earlier, a strongly worded letter. It does not have any bearing on the current court case other than to tell them what New Hampshire's position is. And if we look back at the testimony that we had heard in the 90s in New Hampshire was the first state, and Republicans co-sponsored this, to allow mifepristone and medical and to look through the applications of this drug. So I don't think that we're necessarily doing anything incorrect by supporting, showing our side. It would basically be like us submitting testimony to a bill that was being heard, by showing our support to what's going on, and our side of it in the courts.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mangiapudi, you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to put my 2 cents. 20 years of medically advised medication that was effective, safe, and for women in this state. And all of a sudden, that has not, somehow has become unsafe, ineffective. And this is a choice. It's a health of a woman and health of a mother or the person who's carrying it. So this to me is a medical decision. And if somebody said the diabetic medication cannot be used anymore, I wouldn't be able to live. So it's similarly like that. It's in terms of, it's a medically necessity or medically needed. It's not, we're not talking about willy-nilly. So if that is the decision between the provider and the person, why should we take that into a legislative body? And with that, I would strongly support the OTP of this.
Thank you, Representative. Any other?
I withdraw.
Any other comments? Seeing no other hands, the motion on the floor is ought to pass OTP on HCR 11. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, we'll run the roll on that.
Okay. HCR 11, Representative Rollins.
No.
Representative Lundgren.
No.
Representative Boyd.
No.
Representative Levitt.
No.
Representative Melvin.
No.
Representative Gagne.
No.
Representative Colcomb.
No.
Representative Connor.
No.
Representative Mannion.
No.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Massmilla.
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
Representative Carey, yes. Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Siebert,
Yes.
Representative Filio,
Yes.
and the chair.
Chair votes no.
Okay, Groundhog Day.
10 to 10?
Yes.
10 to 10. Okay, Groundhog Day it is. Yes, Madam, Mademoiselle Researcher, we will run an ITL, look for an ITL motion. Same as the last 10 to 10. The OTP failed. We need a subsequent motion, which I can make. I'll move ITL on HCR 11. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Representative Gagny. I have nothing to add to what I've already said or that's already been said. Representative Gagny? Any hands? No, seeing none. The current motion is ITL, inexpedient to legislate on HCR 11. When you're ready, Madam Clerk.
All right, ITL, Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren,
Yes.
Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Levitt,
Aye.
Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Gagny,
Yes.
Representative Colcomb,
Yes. You're getting it.
Representative Connor,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
No.
Representative Manismilla,
No.
Representative Mangiapudi,
No.
Representative Carey, no. Representative Gallagher,
No.
Representative Judy,
No, madam.
Representative Lloyd,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Siebert,
No.
Representative Filio,
No.
and the chair.
Chair votes yes on ITL.
Groundhog Day, 10 to 10.
Okay, 10 to 10. I will do the report, one report. Representative Siebert, would you be doing the other one? Okay, and we do need to, we have a few reports we need to confirm. So on that one, HCR 11, Representative Siebert and I will be doing reports. On HCR 19, myself and Representative Filio will be doing reports. On HCR 9, that Representative Mannion, who made the motion, would be doing a report. Was there a minority report on HCR 9? We don't have one at this time. We may not have one. So Representative Mannion on that. On HCR 8, Representative Mannion. And again, unless I hear differently later today, we won't have a minority report unless someone wants to write one. Okay. Was that 8 or 9, Representative Siebert? Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Thank you. So minority reports from Representative Siebert on both of those, majority reports on both of those from Representative Mannion. The other ones are all on consent. Last housekeeping item, folks. This committee will reconvene a week from today. We have 3 measures plus the one we recess, so it'll be 4 measures plus exec next Friday. And don't forget, we have the 1 SB Senate bill on Monday the 12th, and we also will have guest speakers that day as well. Before we close, anything for the good of the order, as they say. On Monday, Sunday evening at 1800, if you could email them to me by that time, 6 p.m. Thank you, Representative Siebert. Much obliged. And Representative Mannion, I know I can depend on you. Okay, we will see everybody down the road. Thank you. Thank you.